You know what? I'll mute myself for the intro of my stream. Then I'll come back to you at
Okay.
17. I'll be there.
Okie doke. Alfredino has left us. We are alone for this stream.
You know what? I'll mute myself.
He's just doing his intro. Hey guys, how you doing? How are you doing? I ended the last stream, went to bed, woke up, had breakfast, and now I'm here. So, let's go again. Let's do it. Why not? We have today for you a Cocast with Alfredino for his, well, it's not just his, it's ODM's Land Battle Tournament. They invited me as a guest co-caster, so it should be a bunch of fun. We have 19 players today. Since I'm not running the tournament, I can't see who's checked in and who hasn't. Ooh, 22. Last second additions. A lot of good players. A lot of people I'm excited to see. Should be fun. We are co-casting with Alfredino from the start this time. I know last time it was funny because he was in the tournament and he's like, I'll get knocked out easy, no problem. And then he like got to semifinals or finals of the whole thing. But this time, we're going to get it right. If you do want to enjoy his point of view or see his streams when I'm not streaming, because, we are separate people. He does stream whenever he wants to. It is on your screen right now. He streams on Twitch, but also it is in the description of this video. So, yeah. Yes. Hey, Virtual Magi, how you doing? Favorites to win today? I see Mofet. That's a pretty strong player. Trader's also quite good. Blood Penguin's also quite good. I mean, there's plenty of really good players in here, but I think my favorite would have to be Mofet to win the whole thing. I would do a dark horse, but there's just so many. I guess I have to pick one. But there's a lot of people that I would not be shocked if they won this whole thing. Gosh. Let's go with Scroot. I'll go with Central Scroot. He's my dark horse to win it all. I believe in the Scrootster. Should be good. Why do I have 4 pings? What? If you want to play land battles, then sure, no issue. If you prefer Dom, I can help you find some tourneys. Though checking out Turin's site is the easiest way to find them. Just wait on Alfredino to finish his introduction or something. He will return to us momentarily. And then all that's about Tretch. Hubby, I'm tired. Why am I up? It's Izzy? I don't know. Is it late at night for you where you are? I'm tired too, buddy. Took the Hazel Basil on a short little walk. Get the energy out of her little body. Get the screen blocker ready for when we need it. Take the PNG down. I was thinking about playing in today's tournament, but then the co-casting with Alfredino was going to get weird, so I decided not to do that.
Hey.
What up, dude?
What up?
Is the bracket locked?
Yeah, in about minutes, so...
Okay.
Anodins is taking care of it right now, as we speak.
Who's your favorite
Oh,
to
he's
win?
going my fellow rats.
Is good. We had a very fun stream yesterday. Almost 12 hours. It was good.
Oh my god. Quite a marathon, isn't it? I'm
It was a banger.
Yeah, I'm absolutely wasted whenever it's just like 3 hours, so I cannot. It sounds very very like tiring.
It was tiring. It was also quite strange because we had two tournaments. What happened is I had two tournaments. I was gonna have two streams, and then one lasted so long it bled into the other. So the first tournament, it started out, everybody played whenever they wanted to, and it was fine. And then at the midway point, there was a meeting, and everyone got together and said, hey, why don't we all just pick Festus and Helmengorst blobs? And I was like, okay. The counter to that is ranged units. Let's see some ranged picks. And everyone else was like, listen, I know the counter to a Helmengorst and Festus blob. A different Helmengorst and Festus blob. But I'm like, no, don't, what are you doing?
God.
It was just blob.
Sounds absolutely atrocious.
It was pretty bad. And we start the NA tournament, and I'm like, oh god, I'm not ready for more blobs. I don't know why everybody decided to blob, and no one's gonna take any ranged units, but it's driving me insane. Just take some archers and you'll win. And the NA tournament, we never saw Helmengorst, we never saw Festus. It was like everyone just looked at each other and they said, listen, if you don't, I won't. And then it was a bad
NA people are fine gentlemen and don't want to get dirty in a bloodbath, into the fray of the battle. You could say, maybe.
Oh yeah, it's definitely true. North America is the best region all the time. Yeah.
That being said, I'm French, so I like to be sarcastic sometimes.
Who is your favorite to win the tournament today? I already picked mine, but I'm curious if you and I have the same opinion.
I'm betting on Low.
Really?
I don't know if you're on the same page as me, but so Low is a guy that I have been practicing with. Currently on the watch list to maybe be to maybe get an offer to join ODM as a recruit, So. And I think he's super good, and I'm eager to see him play. I think he has some very good takes on the game. He likes to play very unusual strategies. So I do like his way to play. So I'm betting on him. What about you?
I personally bet on Mofet, because Mofet's very, very good. He was the finalist on the Anticity ladder versus Ice Power, and he ended up winning that series. He's been dominating the Vermin League since he joined.
Okay. If I want to bet my house on something, I guess I should bet on Mofet. But I think it's not fun if we don't take like super huge risks.
True. I did say my dark horse would be Central Scrutinizer.
Oh, true. Okay. Yeah, I love him as well. I think he's a great player as well.
He's an Empire
I think the main issue might be the fact that I'm not sure. I cannot be 100% sure, but I think he hasn't played a lot recently, so he might not know the meta and how it goes. So he might just get trapped on things. But I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
Maybe. But he is courageous. And that's sometimes all you need.
That's true. And you know what's the best thing about him?
What?
He's an Empire enjoyer. His main is Empire.
Yeah.
I think he has very, very nice play styles, and he can adapt quite a lot. So we'll have to see. I think he's also kind of like a Noska enjoyer. So maybe we'll see him play them, since they also are much better in land battle now. So we will see. Okay, bracket is live.
Yes. I messaged Central Scrutinizer and Blood Penguin to see if we could spectate them, but if you have another preference, we could also do that.
Definitively. Let's start with them. Blood Penguin is also someone I know from quite a long time ago. I think he's I think he's also he has been practicing quite a lot with Razel back in the time. So
Yeah, Blood Penguin
he's
is a huge fan of heavy cavalry. He almost always takes heavy cavalry factions all the time. He's a Bretonnian Empire player, quite good at them. Then when he joined Warhammer 3, he played Kislev and spammed those. Why am I blanking on them? The mid-tier cav, not the dervishes. Winged Lancers. He spammed Winged Lancers, even though I kept telling him that they're a really shit unit, but he just kept taking them over and over again. So
I guess you cannot be super wrong about whenever you're playing the cavalry for Kislev. It's some of them are like just overpriced and such, but the simple fact that you can just block something for 30 seconds at least, it's just absolutely marvelous. Whenever you're having like a defensive posture in your army. Okay, Penguin versus Central. Let's join them.
Did you get the code?
No, but it's on the lobbies. I don't know if I can add you.
They sent me a code.
No, wait. I need to
Blocker?
yeah, blocker.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to be fine.
Right. Blood Penguin. The penguin of violence.
Theobald is also it's nice to see him back. He's from a clan
The Crying Beast.
I think a Russian clan or a mix of Ukrainian and Russians. And I would love to see him play because I think he has been playing in the Russian Championship back in the day. So it's gonna be interesting for sure.
Yeah, the CB clan's generally pretty nice. I forget who the faction war was against. Not for faction war, clan war was against specifically, but I think it was AMA and CB, and I got to meet a lot of the CB guys, and they're pretty nice. I hope to see them around.
So Naked Cherub last time we hosted such tournament, and he's back as well.
Yeah, he's been playing
Naked Cherub against Kiara. We'll see how it goes, I guess. Oh my god, we have Opantalonat versus Razel. I realized
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a kind of an internal joke in ODM. Every time we are like just participating to tournaments, we usually go like in a band of players. So we go like 4 or 5 of us, or maybe even more. And every time we are on the same bracket and same side of the bracket and such. It's just a curse, you know. We have to play each other before reaching the finals. Then we play against the other guy, you know.
Yeah, I remember there was a semi-final that was ODM on one side, and it was VM XMT, and it was like, if only we could spread this out so ODM didn't guarantee knock each other out.
Strat Game is telling me that at least ODM first player will hit Moffat. So yeah, some people here are just counting the loss, you know, trying to sneak out to the top without having to play against the best.
Yeah. The trouble with the tournament is there's so many good games to watch, because I do want to see Phoenix King versus Low. I want to see Pantalonade versus Razel. It's been a long time since I've seen Razel play. Miss that guy.
Yeah, Razel is back a little bit. He has been in vacation for a long time, and now he's back. And I mean, despite all the disappointment he has been bringing to the clan for the like every big event we have been like creating with like the clan war and such recently, I mean, despite all of that, I still think he's probably like one of the best ODM player out there.
I would agree. He's quite good. So
I think the plan should be to watch Blood Penguin versus Central. Then we go to Moffat versus Pantalonat, because it's probably going to be the only best of three that will not be started before we finish.
correct. I think you are most right. We'll have to let Pantalonade and Razel know that whoever fights Mofet to wait for us.
I hope that by the time we get like low or strat game, like we get to see some of their games, I would be interested in seeing them as well. But you go for, I guess we'll find it out whenever we have time, like at the right time, you know.
So
So
you guys came up with a new pick and ban that I feel like you should explain, just so everybody knows, because there's
yeah,
a lot of bans.
so I mean, yeah, it's just like we thought we will try the global ban, because why not, you know? For in a way, global bans will probably help the community regulate the meta, like basically fixing a little bit the meta, since CA might be a little bit not less flexible, you know, might not adapt quickly enough. So having 4 global bans will provide the community some sort of like say about how the game should be played. I'm 100% on board with Satsuma. I think it was his idea at first, and it sounds pretty good, because let's say you get a faction that is completely busted because of the last DLC or whatever. We don't have to wait for 3 months until it's fixed, you know.
Yeah.
We can just decide that it's not good for the environment and take it off. I mean, but it also gives the players a choice not to ban it. You know, if they want to play it, it's their choice. But yeah, you know,
Mm-hmm.
we'll have to see, because there is some drawbacks, I think.
Yeah, for my Vermin League tomorrow. Self plug. For the Vermin League tomorrow, I have both
Go.
players.
You should check it out, by the way. Yes. Yeah.
Both players can ban one faction globally at the start. So like, Slaanesh and Vampire counts can't be played for this whole series, and then they're gonna do pick 3, ban 1 for the rest of it. We'll see how that goes, but I do think global bans in general are the way to go. I just wonder. I think we're gonna narrow in over the next couple weeks between all the.
I realize you're not talking about the global bans whenever you were asking me whether or not like about the the pick and ban system we are providing in this tournament. Yeah, it's we changed a little bit. We decided to to improvise, and basically now player 1 will pick 1 and ban 3, and player 2 will counter pick with yeah, player 2 will just counter pick. So yeah, it might be a little bit like difficult to do that, but it's basically following the trend, you know. Back in the days, like during the World Cup, Warhammer World Cup, it was pick 1 ban 2 and the other player pick 1, and it's just but it is just an adaptation of it, you know.
Yeah, I do think the global bans are smart. We'll just try to figure out. We'll try to narrow in about what's the proper amount of bans, because I've heard some people talk about this format. Because if you have 4 global bans and then in a game you get 3 more, it's like banning 7 factions can feel like a lot to some people.
It's definitely I can see the issue. Main thing is basically it will probably mean that for newer player it might be a little bit more difficult to get in, you know, because you'll have, technically speaking, let's say like 7 factions will be banned. If you're unlucky, you can just get absolutely destroyed on the 7 bans. That being said, I think for newer players, it's little like for someone who is new in the community, you're a little bit like incognito. So it's very, it will be quite unlucky if you don't, if you get banned all your factions, you know.
Yeah. That would be difficult. And with 25 factions, I mean, 7 isn't even. It's about between a quarter and a third of them, so there's still plenty to play.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, if you ban 7 of them, right now we have 23 factions, but soon, like, I predict the fact that the game will have 26 faction. 26 faction, if you take if you take out 7 of them, you still end up having a 19 faction to play. So you have quite the choice, you know. And not that like every faction is a little bit different, but for example, knowing how to play Noska or Beastman or Warrior of Chaos, I mean, it's just like cross faction strategies, you know. Like it doesn't, you might not be super efficient, but you'll still be able to play them most likely.
So getting off the pick and bans and actually focusing in on the game we got here, there is something I want to say about the Empire before we load into game. This might be a clever pick. I have no idea, but might be a clever pick. Hear me out. Empire Knights will trade super effectively with all Slaanesh Cavalry because Slaanesh Cav has super low armor, and you have to go as expensive as Seekers to get armor piercing to finally trade well against the Empire Knights, but even then, for 850 gold, I think the Empire Knights will get their value back. So Empire Knights are going to be key. I think they're really good. And you can bring a front line that's unbreakable, so Slaanesh doesn't charge any of their passive.
That's actually quite true. That being said, my main issue might just be the Marauders of Slaanesh. I don't think they are like. It sounds very ridiculous to be afraid of a unit of infantry, but last tournament I casted a week ago. Basically, the Marauders of Slaanesh were trading favorably against, like they were winning against the Rangers for High Elf. So I guess if you can dish out enough damage, maybe we will be able to see some grenade launchers play, because they, on the ultra scale, they have been improved, I suppose. I also think the cavalry for the Empire is very good. I don't know. It still sounds scary for the Empire, I'll be honest. One thing though, I'm pretty sure the Empire Knights will not be able to get any favorable engagements. Or I mean, they might, but it's probably going to be a mistake from the Slaanesh side because they have 100 speed. They are fighting cavalry with 100 speed, so we'll have to see. But it might not be as straightforward as it sounds for the Empire. But I guess it's never straightforward whenever you're facing Slaanesh.
I think they're going to bring Pit of Shades. Taking a bold call in there.
Yeah, this is so disgusting, this spell. I don't know. I've seen it too many times in Domination, and I also see it nowadays in Land Battle. I don't know why. Like, to me, Pendulum felt like it was okay to play against. It was a super dreadful spell. It was super good, but in a way, it was comparable to Burning Head. I guess it has armor piercing, but you know, it can be dodged and such. While for Pit of Shade, it sounds like it's just always going to be a nightmare. If your unit is engaged, you just lost a unit.
Indeed. I think it needs like a little bit of toning down, but I've been in our tournaments yesterday and all the other ones, whenever I see Pit of Shades actually do really well, it's against these super toxic blob builds. So then a part of me is like, I mean, is it so bad? Is it really that bad of a thing?
Yeah.
I think it could use some toning down. I just hope it isn't completely gutted. Like Pendulum right now is just garbage. It's not worth taking.
True. I 100% agree. I think they need to. I mean, they need to be like on the watch for a lot of things in the game right now. Yeah.
These new maps are really
So, what
pretty,
do you
by the
want to
way.
cover? I would like to cover the Empire side, but you do you. Tell me what you want.
I could do Slaanesh. It's pretty straightforward. We have the Mirror Guard, other than that, Marauder spam, triple Exalted Demonettes. While that seems bold, they do need to cut through the Empire troops rather quickly, and the Exalted Demonettes will do that, because Empire troops have decent armor. Not great, but decent. Though they are vulnerable to getting shots. They'll have to be quick. Sigvald is the Lord choice. I disagree against the Empire, because now he's less tanky and he's more of a duelist. The Empire's never going to give you that duel on your terms, so I don't think that's a great choice of a Lord, but that might just be me. Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh, no Pit of Shades, but he does have both of the cheapest spells, giving his whole army melee attack and leadership buffs to try and bust through the Empire frontline faster. So this whole build is slam through the front line, get to the back line, call it GG. You have a couple Chaos Furies of Slaanesh in the sky to pressure the back line, and 4 Hellstriders of Slaanesh, which again, I worry how they'll perform into Empire Cav.
I completely agree with you about the Sigvald pick. I think it doesn't achieve anything, and you might just be fine playing the Herald on the steed instead, because it also provides one or more unit of Furies, so it's just providing more mayhem in the ranks of the Empire.
I'm curious about your thoughts on the Empire Lord. I've personally been really down on Volkmar, but I'd love to
Oh
hear your
my
thoughts.
god, okay, Volkmar. Okay, like you said, so you're a seer. You're definitively a grey seer, human boy. Like you said, a front line of flagellants to deny the passive, the army-wide ability. Couple of pistoliers. You don't have to go for outriders. I think it's even better to go for pistoliers because it's gonna be a mess, and yeah, it's nice. 2 units of Empire Knights and a lot of infantry to cover all the sides and just yeah, box basically. For the caster, it's a Mage of Beast with oh my, okay, so we have a Flock of Doom and the Wistan of Wild Form. So Flock of Doom recently has been improved, definitively better now. We'll have to see how it goes, but against the Exalted Demonettes might be a huge threat. And for Volkmar's Grim, I really dislike him, but I guess overall I just don't like the Lord, even in Warhammer 2, but against a lot of like Exalted Demonettes and such, it might be okay. What's your thoughts on the Empire build?
I like the Empire build. The deployment, I kind of get it because they don't want to offer Slaanesh any flank charges, but I do think forming a box when there's literally no ranged units is kind of a waste of your time. I mean, they're not protecting anything.
Yeah, I guess you could argue that you could argue that their ranged units are just the pistoliers, and he went for pistoliers instead of hunters just because it is impossible almost to keep a backline with against Slaanesh. But I must say, there is very little damage output in the Empire army, except from Volkmar maybe and the pistoliers, and I'm not sure. It sounds a little bit bad from the start. We'll have to see how the Marauders are trading against the Flagellants, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not holding my breath on it.
I would cut 1 Halberdier for a Huntsman or something, just something to get a little bit of ranged pressure out.
Yeah, or maybe even like, as I said, oh wait, a very good charge on with the Hellstriders on the Pistoliers, but there is an issue here. I think it was, yeah, it wasn't I think it wasn't well played, in my opinion, because it was a little bit mistimed. So, and he didn't get the charge on many of his units. So, I mean, it's all right, I guess, for Marauders of Slaanesh, but for the
Well,
Exalted Demonettes could be an...
It did work as a bait to get the Empire Knights out of the box, and then rampaged and immediately slaughtered by the Exalted Demonettes. So in the long run, it kind of worked out. Kind of.
Yeah, and you see some Exalted Demonettes, the bringers of Belinguiments, just sneaking through the holes of the lines, but you have Volkmar just greeting them with the best hospitality the Empire can provide.
And the Hellstrider's Blood Penguin is really good at getting inside this formation. He gets 2 of them in to wrap up the Pistoliers, and he's actually doing good damage this time. Though it looks like both
I really like.
Die.
I really like such plays. I'm a little. I think. Yeah. As we said, sounds like the lines are pushing now for Slaanesh. He will have to get some of his reserves on the front line to defend from this, but the issue is it will create some holes in the back line, and the outright Pistoliers will be in trouble.
Damage values are exactly even as we're going into the game, so pretty tit-for-tat trading here. And Slaanesh did win the front line. They're pushing through now, but the Empire, as you just mentioned, have 1 million reserves, and those are getting pulled up as well. Pistoliers they're alive, but one of them is really wounded. Can't even find it. It might actually have routed while I wasn't looking. Yeah, it routed, but it rallied, so Pistoliers are still alive. I'm
actually curious. I guess Volkmar should win against Sigvold, maybe not. Depends of the game state and if there is any support. Yeah, Pistoliers trying to find like some safe haven, but oh, never mind. The cavalry wasn't able to push through.
Indeed, though that Amber Wizard isn't feeling his best, so if anything can go catch up to him at all, he will go down. And a nice lash of Slaanesh hits Halberdiers and Empire Knights. Sigvald caught up to Volkmar. Volkmar, as I've said many times, his combat stats are abysmally terrible, so he does not want to sit in combat with Sigvald. He wants to charge in, get a hit or two, and run away and regen, because he only has 20 melee defense.
Actually, maybe it's just Sigvald will just absolutely crush him. Yeah. I realized I might just misled the people here.
Maybe we'd have to see some. We have to see a true 1v1, but Volkmar is a Chariots. The big part about it is he can pick his engagements, right? Or if it's going poorly, he can just walk away.
I guess he can cycle charge. I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, now Marauders have been literally each Marauders probably destroyed 2 units of infantry each. So the value is just terrible on the train. I would like some moves on the cavalry for Blood Penguin, trying to get around and not just send one at the time as the Hellstriders. It felt like it's close just for this fact, maybe, because if he was going all at once with his cavalry, it would have been probably much more difficult.
The Empire's infantry is all but depleted, and Slaanesh, they're injured, but Slaanesh still has an infantry advantage here. Cavalry, it looks like both sides are completely depleted, and the single entities go to Slaanesh, so it's about, I don't know, it's looking pretty good for Slaanesh overall. Because the Pistoliers, they have a good amount of ammo, but they can't kill anything, they can't kill Sigvald. So they can't help there. Yeah. They'll do okay against infantry, but not like the Mirror Guard. So a lot of the threats left for Slaanesh don't really fear Pistoliers at all.
Look at this one unit of Hellstrider. There's 9 models still left in the unit, and they are basically handling the whole Pistolier squad.
They finally break when they've almost gotten exterminated. They have 200 health left, and now they decide to leave.
Probably the 15 of them that charges at the beginning took down maybe 20, 30 Pistoliers by the time, It's just ridiculous.
Empire has a little bit of a pocket in the back that is rallying. They have some Pistoliers that are going to shoot these Hellstriders. They should overall be okay. But, ooh, we could get a rampage onto Volkmar, and he does turn around.
Well played. I'm scared of your predictions, human boy. Tell me, what's the lucky number for the lotto? It sounds like you're always right on things.
It is
Scary.
14. And I've watched so many land battles, man. So many that
I guess you just have a sixth sense for this.
I'm the perfect player. Now, if only I was half as good at playing as I am at predicting what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you were right about Volkmar is just getting his ass beat. I think one lord that is very good currently for the Empire is Boris right now. Boris is just super good overall.
Boris is very good.
The heal got improved, and I don't know why it feels like he's just doing much better. Yeah. So yeah, it's Sigvold just bringing it home. I guess.
Marauders all paid for themselves, plus the Mirror Guard.
Look at this, the Marauders just yeah, it was lost alone on the Marauders. I feel right now Elf Striders are an issue, but Marauders are like as big of an issue, I suppose, for the price.
They're pretty crazy. The Empire build didn't do half bad. It was a pretty close game in the end. You didn't have anything to kill Sigvald. A lot of spread out value. Halberdiers looks like they struggled a little bit.
Yeah, I could argue that it's not even a super close game, I'll be honest, because as like, I guess the whole Slaanesh army was was getting murdered, and there was not much left. But yeah, I mean, Sigvold's still there with full HP and not healing capped. It's probably lost. Like it's a win condition in itself. Even if he is less tanky now, he's probably still a menace.
I'm trying to think of the Slaanesh lords. What do you think about Azazel?
Azazel is absolutely wonderful. I think Azazel should have been the pick of Plague Penguin, Blood Penguin, I mean. Because if you're facing any low leadership faction, and I guess Empire can have strong leadership, but generally speaking, it's quite a lot of chaff. Having Azazel is just making it impossible almost to box and to take engagements and such. Like Azazel in a fight basically means that in a 20-second period of time, you lose the engagements. So you have 80 speed, 100 speed, never mind. Yeah, you have 100 speed, you can go everywhere. You have the Slaanesh law of magic. It's just great. Probably the best lord right now, alongside the Herald of Slaanesh, probably.
I agree. Also, Alfredino, why don't you have any name tags? Any names on those name tags?
Any names on what? Sorry?
I'm on your stream right now. I see 00 at the top, but no names.
Huh? Wait. Oh my. Yeah, thank you. You're a good teacher, human boy. I need to. I need to. Yeah. I need to learn from your stream. I'll get there. Don't worry. It takes time, I guess.
Oh, it definitely does. I'm going on a year and a half now, so it's been a bit. It's been a minute since I started streaming. Blood Penguin goes over to Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos and Slaanesh. What were the global bans? Good lord.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, was it Wood Elf, High Elf, Dwarf, and I don't know. Sounds like they didn't really care about absolutely OP faction. Technically speaking, you can argue that if you let all the most powerful factions, they will just auto regulate themselves. Maybe. It's still, I don't know. Sounds atrocious still.
I imagine vampire counts are banned. I don't know if either. Well, I think Blood Penguin likes playing with Blood Knights.
I guess you. I think right now that vampire count got banned and Tom King as well, because both of them have issues. Like Tom King is bugged and also has some weird features, like the Keeper Guard being having the ephemeral treatment. And yeah, vampire count is just obscene.
My guess would be the bans are probably Vampire Counts, Vampire Coast, Tomb Kings, and then maybe Nurgle or Wood Elves just for annoyance. I don't think those are the most meta factions, but knowing these two players, that would be my guess as to what the bans were if Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos were not banned.
Yeah.
Greenskins.
Yes, Cyrus. Basically, I mean, I don't know exactly how it works, but for undead factions, whenever you have like healing in your passive ability, it just recovers ammunition. So for Tom King, you can have Ushaptis that will have full, like, infinite ammunition basically for the whole game. It's not infinite, it's probably a lot of ammunitions, like, I don't know, 120, something ridiculous. Because each time they get the passive, each time they get healing, they will recover some ammunitions. I think. I'm not sure how it works, but in some battles it's just ridiculous to play against them. In domination, especially whenever you cannot just rush Tom Kings, they are going to cheese you by. No, it's not cheesing, I suppose, but it's just like they will never run out of ammunitions on their catapults and such. So in time, you just lose.
There's almost 200 signups for the Domination New Player Tournament on Total Tavern.
That's exciting for domination mode.
That is a lot.
Yeah, I'm eager. I mean, I don't know if it will definitively replace land battle. I don't think it will, but it sounds like it has been shifting a little bit towards domination recently.
I think one thing that sucks is Total Tavern is like the brand new default format, but we can't host land battles over there. I was talking to Turn about it, but his stats for like tracking the domination matchups and all that stuff would be ruined by including land battles. So he needs to create like a separate leaderboard for those. And he said that they would probably start on that next month. Because I offered to help finance that, and he was like, well, we're doing, I forget what projects he said he was working on right now, but he's like, we're already doing this and this. The developer will start on that stuff after that if you want to help out financially.
Nice.
So it's going to be at least a month, but I think it is like, it's so easy for new players to just go to Total Tavern and sign up, as opposed to go to Total Tavern, then go to Challenge, make a Challenge account, and then sign up. And it's like...
Yeah, true. Like, barriers. It's barriers to the entry, you know?
Yeah. So that sucks, but we're doing
I mean, we'll have to see in the couple of months how it's panning out. Probably we'll know definitively how the game will evolve in about a 3-month period of time, I think. By the time we'll be able to understand what CA wants to promote and how what's the future for the both of the game modes. So,
of course, it'll shift if Dom gets all the CA support in Turin's tourneys. Yeah, but we'll keep land battles alive. We got this. The
only thing basically that could drive that could ruin land battles could be the fact that salut Artaros. It could be the fact that we get balancing on units referred to like domination. So if we get Kate treatments on all the units, on all the factions that are lacking things for domination right now, Wood Elf could just be impossible to play against. Same goes for many factions like Dwarves and such. Dwarves right now, they are a little bit behind even on land battle.
Yeah.
But if you want them to be competitive in domination, if you want to only change the statistics of the units, you'll have to. I mean, you'll basically have to make it almost just an OP faction in land battle. I'll probably think so.
Laughs in
That
Cathay.
could be the only problem I could see for looking forward. But the community will be there nevertheless.
Dude, Cathay is so busted right now in land battles.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's the issue. Cathay is probably a top tier. Maybe not the worst, but definitely a top tier. And in domination, it's not played. How do you manage to do anything with those statistics? You know, like how can you make it so it's how can you make it so it's yeah.
Well, the problem is playstyle, because in domination mode, you gotta take the points to do all that stuff, but their faction is designed around that harmony bonus, which is like box up. Like, put your ranged units right next to your melee units, box up, stay in a blob, stay together. Okay, well, that doesn't work on domination mode. So they throw stats and stats and stats at them. And it's like, okay.
Domination is a mayhem because technically speaking, you'll have to, especially on some maps, because some maps allows very defensive postures and thought out formations, like maybe unaim, for example. Unaim is literally it's pretty easy to just have a line and stick with it. But on maps like Black Ark and such, it's just it is just too difficult to keep a formation because you have to think of the reinforcement points. You have to cover grounds, and by the time the first engagement started, basically it's just a mayhem. There's not much to say. It's just a bloodbath. There's units everywhere, and you have to adapt your you have to adapt to your strategies, which is fine. The same goes for land battle. I mean, it's literally the same thing, but in this case, yeah, it's just terrible. So
I call green beans.
Okay, what do you want to cover?
Green beans!
Okay, go for it.
Alright, we have the Hammer of Gork, the Goblin Rock Lava. I don't love this versus high leadership factions like Chaos, but I could see it. Because they're never going to break. I guess it does do Blinded, the minus 24 melee attack and melee defense, but I don't know if that'll matter too much. So I don't love it, but it is there. We have Grom the Punch, since he's the only Greenskin Lord who is remotely survivable in any form, though he's currently facing the wrong direction. Goblin Big Boss, also facing the wrong direction, with Day Needs Stabbin', and a Giant River Hag with only Spirit Leech. Very Warhammer 2-esque, though some of these things did get nerfed. We have Double Stone Trolls, who also got nerfed. They are no longer magic resistant, they're just spell resistant. So if anything has magic damage, they are in big trouble, especially something that gets Flaming Sword of Rune will do magic damage and fire damage, and they'll die real fast. Double Black Orcs, front line of Gobos. We have 4 Skirmish Cav, 2 Spiders, 2 Wolves, and 1 Orc Boar Chariot to roll through the Chaos lines. It's a fine build. I think it might be a little outdated.
Yeah, I think so too. But you were saying they were facing the wrong direction, but they are just facing my my angle of my the angle of my camera. I don't know why, but Blue Penguin just I guess he. I was just looking at the hag for the whole time, and he let me contemplate such beauty. You know, I think if it wasn't for the fact that I'm such an LP abomination lover, I would probably date the troll hag right away. Just saying.
She's a great cook.
Yeah, she's a great cook, and I guess you can also call her mommy. um, I'm such a degenerate god. I shouldn't talk because I'm making a bad statement for ODM. But looking at the Chaos Army, frontline, a mix of chosen with great weapon and marauders. Elves Striders of Slaanesh, two of them, and two Chaos Knife of Sinch. Okay, interesting. Uh, Alongside two Horsemen Marauders. So not a lot of skirmish cav for Chaos. I mean, you know what? I kind of like that. I kind of like the Chaos Army. I don't think it's both armies are competitive. I mean, not. I mean, probably not. Let's say um, not the best builds, but definitely interesting. Yeah.
I worry about
I'm
the
a little.
Chosen with great weapons. I feel like I don't know. I don't see Chosen ever doing great.
Okay, so I don't know, but recently I've been. I kind of like this pick because I think there is very little ways. There is very little units that can cut efficiently through uh, like all the threats of the Chaos Army, like I mean the Greenskin Army. Chosens can kill quite fast. The stone trolls provide good units to rely upon in a blob for Archeon, and overall they are just like able to they are just self-sufficient, you know, against the chariots. If you leave them too long, they will get absolutely wrecked. So, oh my god, I don't like this play from with Archeon.
Yeah, he's a little isolated. He's a better duelist than Grom or the Goblin, but together with some debuffs, definitely not a great place for him to be, unfortunately.
Elves Striders diving on the skirmishers, well played from Penguin, but I think it's I mean, well played. It's a well executed fight, but I think it's not worth it. That being said, it's distracting a lot of the Greenskin troops. The Greenskin troops, so they were not able to provide the support for the fight up front.
God, Big Boss is dead. He got like 3 shot by Archeon. He's just dead. Oh, that's nice. Searing Doom is trying to clear out some of the goblins. Stone Trolls and Black Orcs are absolutely murdering Marauders. And in the central line, Black Orcs are trading against Chosen with great weapons plus Stone Trolls. That is a great trade as far as the Greenskins are concerned. But Archeon is joining the fight, and that might turn how things are going because the Stone Trolls are getting real low.
Elf Striders just butchering this backline. There were not enough things to protect from them, I think. And right now they're just taking on the artillery, the skirmishers, the chariots. It's just a nightmare. And looks like the Chaos Knight of Sinch are just doing fine right now. Thing is, I think it's an interesting pick. Maybe I would have liked to see Chaos, just so you can heal them. But against Greenskin, you can basically take a fight, wait until the barrier is getting regenerated, then take the fight again, you know. And it basically means that you get to have a lot of HP back, I suppose, from your barrier, and you don't lose much HP overall. Yeah. Arta was saying to me that there's a lot of goblins facing this Chaos Army, Archeon going Goblin Slayer style, and I definitively agree, I guess. Don't call me a weeb, also, guys. I'm not a weeb, I'm a fury. I have standards.
Okay.
No, joking, I'm not. But during the clan war, the civil war, I mean, the internal civil war in ODM, I had to choose a side, and I decided that I will help my fellow Fury friend, Katoshen, and yeah.
I would definitely be on the weeb side. I do enjoy a good anime.
Yeah, but I mean, their propaganda, just saying their propaganda was disgusting.
I love how many
You
double
know,
spirit leeches we've gotten, by the way. It just looks like these two hands are like playing the keyboard over the army.
yeah, it looks like. I agree. I do like the animation. I think it's kind of nice. They have been like changing the way some spells looks like, especially the Black Sun of Xeros is looks better, I
Yeah, it
guess.
does. I agree. I had a rules question
Oh
up
my god! Look
earlier.
at the Elstriders. I mean, nothing much to say. By themselves, they just won the game most likely.
They're pretty good. The Cav was really strong in general. Chosen Great Weapons did okay, but it was mostly Archaon and his Cav running around. Dude, Archaon, literally that whole game was he runs into a goblin big boss, kills it. Runs up to the River Troll Hag, kills it. Fights some stone trolls, kills it. Fights Grom, kills
Yeah,
him.
I guess the true Goblin Slayer out of them all. But yeah, Chaos Knights of Sinch, interesting pick, and it worked this time. I don't know how efficient it is, but yeah, definitely an interesting choice and a good one. So Chosen didn't do great, but so I might stand corrected. But I would probably say that Central Scrutinizer almost lost on the army composition. Like, this build is just losing by default, most likely. And you don't even have good initiative on the battlefield with such build.
Well,
Because like you don't contest the mobility. You can technically skirmish a little bit, but against such mobility, it's difficult. And how do you protect? Yeah, how do you even protect your skirmish? Because at some point, Elstriders will flank your skirmishers, and you're just going to have a rough time. So I don't know. But well played from both, and it's good to see some unusual tactics being at play.
yeah, people have been giving me crap about saying the Greenskins took some heavy nerfs coming into IE, but that Stone Troll magic damage change it's nothing to laugh at. Because I mean, Chaos Knights of Tzeentch do magic damage. Archaon does magic and fire damage now. Like I said, that Flaming Sword of Ruin wasn't even taken in that game, but that imbues fire and magic damage. It's like, it seems little, but it's kind of a huge deal. They take 25% more damage from all magic sources.
Yeah, true. True. And I think nowadays the meta for the Greenskins is to go for Squiggards, like the 300 guys. They
Squeakers are
will
incredible.
provide you all you need for like armor piercing purposes on the front line, and they also provide you mass, so you can even contest the side engagements.
ODM, Razel, and Mofet are awaiting us. Good
Oh,
show.
nice! They have been waiting for us. That's perfect. Stingers winning against Mossy. Other than that, not much happened on this bracket, it seems. Razel destroying Pantalonad. Between the two, Pantalonad was playing the most, but maybe he has been walking yesterday, so he's a little bit tired, I don't know. So, what's the lobby?
Lobby is Mofet versus Razel. And there's a spectator slot for you. I can't hit the invite code because I am a.
Yeah, no, perfect. I
guess.
found it. So, let's put the screen blocker on and.
All right, typing to Scroot. Scroot was messaging me saying it didn't feel like there was anything he could do. Like, he's like, this matchup used to be even, and now it just feels like crap. And I'm like, yeah, dude. Chaos got stronger. Greenskins got weaker. Feels bad.
Yeah, not much to say, probably.
Boarboy Biggins got a buff, but I have not felt it. Like, they reduced their cost, but they still feel terrible for some reason. Can't put my finger on why, but every time I take them, they just instantly disappear whenever put under pressure.
All boys begins, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do like them, but mainly the broken tusk mob to provide like leadership and I guess have a stronger, some sort of like anti-large purpose cavalry, just so you feel safe whenever you're playing like Warzag or something like that. But I agree, they are still not a very good unit. Against Slaanesh, strangely enough, the armor makes it so it's actually okay to take fights against like the 600 cav. It's still probably it's still not good because you don't have the speed to match the movements, but it's okay. Like you can do with it. So
did Archaon get a massive buff? I think they gave him fire damage instead of just magic damage. Now he's fire and magic, and that's good. He has a mixed spell lore, though his lore of fire wasn't terrible. It's just the mixed spell lore is still pretty good. And aside from that, some of his items got changed, but I think the jury's still out on whether or not it's a buff or a nerf on his items and spells, but just giving him fire damage is generally pretty good.
I guess Archaon was mainly good because of his duelist purpose, of his duelist capabilities mainly. It's debatable, but yeah, I think overall you were taking Archaon for that mainly.
Looks like we have Skaven versus Nurgle, which in my head sounds extremely Skaven favored. I don't know what Nurgle could do against Skaven, because Skaven are excellent at clearing out infantry and shooting.
Yeah.
And Nurgle is weak to shooting, and all he has is infantry.
Yeah, and I also played the matchup with Razel. I mean, I don't think we really thought of everything, but I still think it's pretty bad. Yeah, you can kite quite a lot with Skaven, and it's fine. And even if Moffat goes for a lot of mobility, the mobility for Nurgle is very limited.
Yeah.
Skaven can even win, so it's pretty difficult.
I just don't love this build for Moffat. I get it, but I mean, I've cried and moaned a million times on this channel, but I don't think double Soul Grinder of Nurgle are very good at kiting. So unless you're using
Wait, is wait. Oh yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah, two Soul Grinder. I don't know about that.
They're just gonna die to Rat Ogres in melee. They're gonna die to the Giselles at ranged. I don't know what they're gonna do.
It really depends. What's the I guess, I mean, it really depends if he can pressure enough the Giselles so you don't you can shoot while they are like trying to get away, you know. I guess if he applies enough pressure, but the thing is, he only has since like he already paid almost 4,000 on the two Soul Grinder. Rushing with only 8,500 left is pretty difficult against full-fledged Skaven army.
I saw Double Assassin. I don't like it. From the Skaven, that's the one complaint I had about their build, is I don't think Double Assassin is worth it anymore.
Maybe it's to kill Festus. Who knows?
They got a cost increase, so feels bad.
Yeah, true. Is it actually? Did they got a cost increase?
Yeah.
Was it not just like the fact that now everything is in their like everything is equipped on them whenever you are buying them? I think it is, Human Boy.
It might just be that everything's equipped on them. You're right. But
I think they cost 900 now, but it's simply because whenever you're buying them, you get everything in their kits on them. So what do you want to cover?
um,
I'll cover my fellow clanmate, if I may.
you mean the filthy cheater? He brought double rival head talisman. You can't take duplicate items.
Oh. Okay, I'll DM him. He cannot. Do we just restart the game, or Anodins will handle it?
He's
I
thinking he
guess.
should concede. They're using the wrong map. I'll ask Mofet if he cares about the map.
Oh God.
He said they're on the wrong map, but yeah, I told him just not to use one of the rival head talismans.
Yeah, I mean, Anodins will handle it. It's his job.
Okay.
We can only we can only give advices, I suppose. But I guess if he does not play with one of the rival eyed talisman, it's just fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually how I do things. If someone has duplicate items, I'm just like, don't use one. But we'll see what Hanadin says. Sorry, I'm not used to not running a tournament, so I'm like, I have to take care of this right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think letting the someone else to decide for you is the best way, because then you can focus on the casting, and it's also probably a little bit less stressful for the caster that is also organizing it.
It is true. Well, while they figure that out,
Festus is beautiful. I mean, I really like his model though.
uh-oh, somebody hit the radio button. I can hear it ticking down.
I think it means that both players are okay playing on this map, and probably they are also okay. Wait, what's going on?
Like I said, I think Nurgle hit start game a while ago, and the timer just ticked down, and Skaven are still figuring out what they should do about their rule things. They haven't deployed their army.
Okay, I think now it's except if we consider that both like Skaven players. Yeah. Let's just redo the game. Either I'll let Anodin handle it, but maybe we can just play on the right map and.
Yavol. All right.
So we change the map, and Razel will take off the item. So
Cool.
I don't know if he gets a penalty for doing that. We'll have to see. We'll figure this out.
I'll figure this out. Phoenix King. I was gonna do this tomorrow, but we do have a good pause, and you are here, so you're a mod, right? All right.
Yeah, tell me.
I need to deafen soon, because I'm going to do like an ad, quote unquote. But for your information, Phoenix King, longtime member of the community, made a video game, and it's on Steam, and he asked me to promote it, and I was going to tomorrow, but I guess I could now since we're figuring this out. So
Yeah, go for it. Phoenix King. What's the name of it?
Oh, I have to find his Discord message.
Uh,
Hold on. Oh, there's a million messages from yesterday. There he is. It is Legacy of Sin Blood Oath.
Okay, Legacy of Sin Blood Oath. You know what? While you're deafening, I'm gonna maybe there's some sort of like advertisement on YouTube or Steam. I'll try to find it and show it to the chat.
Yes. I can also send you the link, but I will now deafen and do this thing.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Boom. Deafened. What up? Now we can talk all the shit about Alfredino that we want. But no, more seriously, the Phoenix King, longtime friend of the Warhammer community, did make a game on Steam, Legacy of Sin Blood Oath. Real-time strategy RPG, survival and route defense game. Control the battlefield, defend routes. You know, you pick different lanes to put people in. You can see it's a lot about strategy and tactics. Definitely should go check it out. It seems fun. Seems nice. And he's a nice guy. He's around Discord a lot, so you can ask him questions about it, give feedback, give notes. that sort of thing. And yeah, it's just a cool thing, and we like supporting cool things around here. I think my favorite guy is this little like mustachio dude with the black hat. He's just he's my new favorite person. But yeah. And if you have any questions, you can find Phoenix King in any of our servers, but he is one of my help at Abominations, so just ping him, ask him about it. I'm sure he'd love to to talk about it. Most people who create things like to talk about them, so might as well. A horse. Go, horse, go. Well, yeah, go check that out. Go check that out. All right, I think we did it. I think that's it. Boop. I made a video game. Phoenix King, I thought you did. Did I fuck up? I hope not.
A musketeer. A mix of, like, I guess it's upper medieval era.
What up? Yeah, it looks like that.
You have back lines, front line, orcs. What more can you ask for, I guess? I really like the animation. I really find it well done.
Yeeth.
It looks very good.
He's a good lad. Plays a high elf, so he's cultured.
Yeah, he also, like, you have Counter Master, just providing more support for the other orcs, you know?
Mm-hmm. There are floppy hats.
I love it.
He's good. TN, good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing all right. I think you popped into the stream yesterday for a bit, but still. Hope you're doing good.
Okay. So we are back low, lost to Phoenix King 2-1. Oh, I'm saying low can be an underdog in this tournament, and I guess I bought him the streamer curse. What can I say?
You also said Pantalonade was going to slap Razel, and then Razel won. So what are you doing out here, Alfredino?
I'm giving out cures to everyone. I guess Moffat, I said Moffat is the guy to beat in this tournament, so he might just get down on his first round as well.
He also camped out. Yeah. To be fair, I also said my boy Scroot, and he's still my boy Scroot. I'll never give up on you, Central, but my boy Scroot also lost round 1, so we're not picking strong right now. But it's okay. We never give up on Central Scrutinizer. Never. Tactical Lich being strat game. Tactical Lich is a pretty cool YouTuber. Does a lot of replay videos. Go check that out. Very nice guy. But I am not trying to be an asshole, but I will just say I am surprised he beat Strat game. I would have considered Strat the favorite in that best of 3, so interesting.
Yes, I mean, Strats, I mean, I haven't played with Strat game. I cannot really tell. From what I heard from some of my fellow clanmates, he's a good rusher, but he has some takes on the game that are debatable. So we might have just get trapped on some matchups that he wasn't very confident at. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe.
Deobold versus Rest is an interesting one as well. I think Rest is a domination player. He was known for being a domination player whenever Warhammer 3 came out, and seeing him on a land battle tournament is nice. It shows that the community has some players that are playing both modes. So,
which I think is good. I think, like, playing both modes is probably the best way to interact with the community, because then you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I do agree.
I mean, if you don't
I think the community is self-regulating the two modes in a way. the issue might just be like overcommitments on the side of CA, maybe. Like, that being said, I don't like. Let's not judge CA for now. Let's wait and see how it goes. I'm not too optimistic about it, but I'm not too pessimistic either. I just want to see, I guess.
Yeah. I think there's some stuff I'm a little worried about, but the big things I think are shared between the modes. Like both modes, Vampire Counts, Slaanesh, Tomb Kings, and Nurgle. Well, not Nurgle, but like Warriors of Chaos need a tuning down. So I think they'll get nerfed, and it's just like, do dwarves get mega buffed into Cathay status for land battles? I don't know, but I think a lot of the big things are shared, so it'll be fine.
Okay, never mind. We have a completely different. We have a completely different army from Moffat. Do you want to cover Moffat? I go for my fellow clanmates.
I got it, but you start us off.
Okay, so for Razel, we have 4 Ratokers, 3 Poison Wind Globadiers, a front line of Skaven slaves and clan rats, spears, and 1 unit of Jezzails, 2 assassins, and the Gracie of Plague. There's not much to kite with such army. There's not a lot of pew pew either. That being said, 3 Globadiers are generally enough power to be like threatening in the backline. And you also have the Conceal Guard. I forgot about them. Conceal Guard against Nurgle is a little bit debatable because I think the stream of corruption is going to be atrocious to play against.
On the Nurgle side, we have 2 Furies that if they are kept off of the Jezzails, I think that is going to be the key to winning or losing this game. 2 Skirmish Cav that I struggle to see doing very much unless you get to the late game where they can just throw at the Gracier without any threat, but otherwise they're just going to get Poison Wind globed over time and they won't get too much value, in my opinion. Nurglings and Marauders are the front line. That's a good front line. Also Plague Bearers. I think Moffat just had the money, so he sprung for 1. It seems fine. 2 Spawn. Spawn are good in this matchup. 1 Chaos Chariot of Nurgle. I think that is also a pretty good take. Chariots and Generals are Skaven's worst enemy, but we have 4 Rat Ogres on the other side that can deal with that. Double Exalted Hero of Nurgle on horse are going to try to carry this game, and we have Festus the Leech Lord, who double assassins can take out if they can get onto him. I think the biggest problem Nurgle's going to run into is just walking up to the front line, dying, and then the late game is going to be Festus and his 2 single entities getting cycle charged by Rat Ogres and probably killed.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this Nurgle army. That being said, I don't think the Skaven army is super efficient either, so we'll have to see. The spawns are super strange in my opinion because you just have great ways to deal with them normally. The Night Runners are just great for that. Okay, dive on the Jezzails and he needs to react quickly. I don't know what oh god, he's not reacting to it. Oh my god, it might just be losing the game for him.
Maybe. Assassin and Clan Rats are now trying to deal with it, but Natty Bubo's already took half their HP.
That being said, look at those blobs on the front line. It's definitively not what Moffat wants to do whenever he's playing against Poison Wind Globadiers.
Yeah, that is going terrible.
Oh my god, the Plague Bearers are getting absolutely wrecked. It's not even funny.
Furies in the back are now getting peeled off by Double Assassin. We do have a Dreaded 13th cast. I think that was a bit overambitious. That blob was already taken care of except for the single entities, and now the hybrids are behind.
Moffat is losing his micro on some sides, but overall the rush is quite strong. No, not really, actually.
Natty Bubos are broken. I don't think they'll be coming back this game because some Marauder Horsemen or Nurgle are nearby to scoop them up. So Natties are out of the fight, but Skaven are still doing well overall. Double Assassin fighting triple single entity of Nurgle is also questionable. Maybe if they have the rival.
I don't like this. I don't like this blob. Oh, never mind. It's summons and 2 assassins. Yeah, the Conceal Guard, summons and 2 assassins. I think it's okay. Yeah, this is not that bad. It should have just took the stream of corruption as it is. Globadiers are still online for the most part, and it's pretty concerning for the Nurgle player. That being said, the chariots need to get dealt with, or it might just be an issue later on.
I think Rat Ogres are committing a little bit too much. We can see 2 of them are on the front line fighting 1 unit of Chaos Spawn. Another Rat Ogre is way off in the middle of nowhere fighting Chaos Spawn. I think they need to be kept a little tighter in the formation because you could use them to peel, but overall going pretty okay for the Skaven.
Yeah, now it's gonna be difficult. Nurgle needs to basically kill the... I don't know. I think right now a good play might just be to free up the chariots with the... Okay, yeah, perfect, yeah. So if you apply enough pressure on the assassins, you might just have the Rat Ogres peeling for them, and it frees up the chaos chariots. So good play.
Nurgle is currently spamming his heals, it looks like, so he's not draining down the Council Guard, which is a little win for the Skaven. And he is getting closer to his heal cap on all of his units, which you can just assume, since it's Nurgle, his single entities are going to heal cap, probably. So, damage is damage.
Good repositioning of the Skaven slaves and the Skaven clan rats to protect, to help out. What's going on here? Moffat is gathering back his forces. You see that he's a very good player. Like he knows. He is very seasoned veteran. Oh, and you see Globadiers sending their globes on the blob, but I don't really like it because I think it will deal a lot of friendly damage.
Will do a lot of friendly damage. There are some globes trying to get shots onto this full health unit of Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, and that is a pretty good target. Skaven are still slightly ahead on the balance of power, but I am getting concerned about their long-term potential of killing these 3 single entities, again without the Natty Bubo sharpshooters who were killed in the first second of the game. We did say at the very start, if the Natty Bubos get killed by Furies, this might be GG, so if Nurgle wins, I'm taking that point.
Yeah, true. I think he needs to get out, to get this one assassin out. He needs to either engage whenever there is every assassins or not engage, you know. Right now he has a line that is super stable. I think right now he needs to start attacking. Assassins are getting into the fray. And Globadiers are repositioning, so that's something to be said. Yeah.
One assassin is pretty much dead, because Rancid Visitations has been getting cast on him every so often. It's kind of an interesting take, but I get it for them.
Exalted Heroes just doing the work of the gods, I suppose. And for Rat Ogres, they are quite, they are quite in a lot of trouble.
Have been having issues. Bounce power is struggling back towards even, so is the damage value. And this one assassin is just trying to fight double Exalted Hero and Festus.
Alongside like some Council Guard. Good read. I mean, yeah, it's...
I mean, the heal cap for one of the Exalted Heroes is in sight. There's one Chaos Spawn that just needs to be finished off.
He needs to be careful on the assassin. Right now he's not in the blob. He really needs to provide some support with the infantry or whatever, because right now it's just the assassin alone against 3 guys.
Yeah. And now the Grey Seer is going to get bodied by these Exalted Heroes of Nurgle.
Yeah. Festus poor. Oh no, don't let... Oh my god, he sent it with this...
the globes.
With the globes.
Yeah.
That being said, the Council Guard is doing a lot of work. So that's something to be... that's something quite good for the Skaven player.
I mean, they're dead now.
Yeah, but they provided a lot of time.
So, that is gonna be GG. The Skaven are down, and God, he's gonna want those
Aye,
nanny
aye,
boos
aye.
back. That was
Yeah, that was just rough from the beginning. That being said, it was still well played from Razel to try to get it back. Very very strong performance from Festus. It's disgusting, Lord my God. It just provides everything you need.
yeah.
It's you see Moffat basically he was able to get. I guess if Festus is left alone, he will with time he will provide enough you know enough damage so you can just kill everything.
Yeah.
You see just Moffat getting around and slowly picking up the units that are fleeing. That's a great idea, and it's GG. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, Moffat.
The double assassins either need to hard focus Festus and just ignore the exalted heroes, but it looks like you're fighting exalted heroes most of the time, or you need to kill Festus at a range because like a blob of halberds just can't do it. He doesn't seem to take too much damage from them at all. And we saw that pan out there. Obviously, the Natty Bubos, 415 value. They also could have done some good work on him, so it was just unfortunate that the tools for taking out Festus were taken out pretty early in the game. Also, Slinger spam can be okay there versus the Chaos Spawn if they're around, but also in the late game they can just pelt Festus, and he has pretty low armor. So they'll get it done over time, but yeah, killing Festus in melee is difficult.
Yeah, and from the Skaven side, I guess there were no answers to Festus Blob. Basically, Razor lost the game to losing the Nani Bubo without having like any thing to protect to peel for them, and for Moffat, he almost lost the game for blobbing on the front line. I think like the beginning, sending everything on two spots against like the Globadiers almost lost him the game. I must say I've been super surprised about the damages of the Globadiers.
Yeah, they do damage over time if you can keep them alive for a while, and I do think I harp on about that one mistake, but it is the mistake that decided the game. Other than that, I didn't see anything from Razel that was a mistake, but like, you know, so he played well overall. Definitely. I'm just indicating that like cuz you know, it's
Yeah.
It sounds overly negative, but it is boring to sometimes say like his rat ogre positioning is good. And it's like, okay, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. True.
But yeah, so if I sounded overly negative, sorry.
No, I mean, whenever we are commentating, it's not against the player. Where if we are saying something bad, it's about. It's just about. I guess the state of the games and what should be done. If you don't want us to analyze it, then it will look very bland. Like I don't know. If you just want us to talk about. I don't know the lore of the game and how good the animations are looking. I guess we can make jokes alongside it. It might be okay, but I think providing some sort of like of some sort of analysis of the combat is always better.
What do you think about plague bearers in general? Well, not the exalted ones, the regular plague bearers.
Pardon?
What do you think about plague bearers, the Nurgle mid-tier infantry?
I mean, I have mixed feelings about them because I think now that there is now that there are you have the Chaos Warriors. Being able to mix a little bit of armor in between your your troops is probably better than having more like flesh bags in your front line.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they are great units. I personally think that yeah, you should go for probably Chaos Warriors if you have a front line that is full on no low armor, low armor units.
I have always been a hater. I just don't. I don't understand plague bears. I don't get it. I never see them do well. The exalted plague bears I see do well. Don't get it twisted. But basic plague bears, I'm like, just take Nurglings and Forsaken. I don't know. They're.
I agree. I think, yeah, I mean, I think especially for Nurgle, you have to rush. You cannot, you have to rush, and a rush is mainly about speed and about placement. So having plague bears that are slowing down your whole army before the fight is probably just a very bad. I mean, it's not absolutely disgusting, but it's not the way. I don't think it's the way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What if you gave him plus 40 speed?
Best unit in the game by far.
1,100 health, sprinting at you at 67 speed.
I mean, we have Elves Striders already into the game. We can't we can't have like 2 OP units right away.
That's true.
It's actually quite incredible if you think about Demons of Chaos are considered very trash in domination and very trash in land battle as well. And it's just for the fact that they don't have the OP units the Slaanesh roster provides, and they don't have armor. And just for that, instantly, it's a bad faction, you know. I guess you can also argue that the lords are not very good overall.
How did Warriors of Chaos and Slaanesh get through again?
Oh my god! Okay, wait a
What's
second.
getting banned?
We have Slaanesh, Warrior of Chaos, Nurgle. All of those factions are okay. Like they are not banned. I'm very surprised.
I am 100% positive vampire counts got banned. I know that.
I mean, they are trolling us, but I think, okay, this is my take, okay? I think Razor is so efficient at rushing. Slaanesh is kind of his style in a way, because literally Slaanesh is kind of the same way as Beastman plays, except it's better.
And he's an excellent Beastman player.
Yeah, so I don't see a point for him to ban Warrior of Chaos or Slaanesh for that matter. And for Moffats, I don't know. Then, yeah, I'm very curious. What Moffat banned? Did he just assume that because he has the ODM tag, he will play the Elves? I don't know. Sometimes you have some very strange bans whenever we are playing in ODM, so maybe.
Maybe. That's pretty funny. The thing I was going to ask you before I got distracted by how funny it was we got Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos. So the Demons of Chaos problem, I wonder if CA is even going to do anything about it. Because what do you do? Because if you buff something for the Demons of Chaos, I think they would also buff it for the regular rosters. And we already have a meta.
That's the idea. I think they have 2 ways of doing it. First, they can just buff the units that are a little bit crappy for the like each demon units that are like not super efficient. They can just buff them. And I guess that's alright if it's in a faction that is not problematic. And I also think it will come through with DLC, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it sounds bad. I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's an easy way to fix it.
Because the demons are already all pretty good in both game modes, except Khorne blows in land battles. But I've heard he's fine in domination. Not top tier, but he's fine. But like Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Zeech don't need buffs. So what would, like, you can't buff their units in Demons of Chaos and then leave them.
I would probably buff the Bloodletters. I would probably buff the Blood Crushers. I would probably buff even the soul grinders feel underwhelming right now. Imagine you have like soul grinders that are actually efficient in this game. Then you'll have to take care of a single entity that has armor, so you'll have more depth into matchups maybe. But yeah, it's not easy to fix. The same way it goes for whenever you want to fix domination or land battle. How do you affect one game mode without affecting the other? I guess you can. You'll have to do it through changes that are both beneficial for for each mode.
Alfredino, hear me out. What if we took Exalted Heroes
Vas-y, dis-moi, maman.
and we gave them 10
Là, je peux
capture
pas. Là,
weight?
je suis en train de streamer. Sorry, what did you say?
What if we take Exalted Heroes and we give them 10 capture weight? More than 2 infantry units put together. What about that?
That's a thing like about domination. I really think you don't have to touch land battle to change the settings on domination. You just give capture weight to factions that are a little bit lacking behind, you know, in the meta. And that's all. You don't have to be like super creative. If you change things, if you change the land battle too much, at some point it will just be impossible to play, most likely. And yeah, I mean, I'm not impossible to play, but 7 faction will be played, and that's all. That's it. So yeah, I think you can definitely work your way through with capture weight and other things like that.
Or just give everything 10 capture weight. Nothing matters anymore.
Yeah, or maybe just, or you just say, okay, factions are imbalanced, so we are going to change the funds of on the at the start of the battle, if you're playing a certain faction, which will be super lame, but I mean it's probably the easiest way to fix the game.
All right, this is a joke, everyone. Before I say it, and everybody gets mad.
Everyone is going crazy.
When Warhammer 3 first came out, and Turin was talking, this is a joke. When Turin was talking about domination mode being so good, and I wasn't totally sold on it, and I'm watching his stream, and he picks Kislev like 3 games in a row. Every game he goes like 3 or 4 snow leopards, 2 patriarchs, an ice witch with Heart of Winter, max chariots. That's it. And he's just running around these points with no units, capping them and like just cycle charge ganking shit. No infantry. I'm like, yeah, this looks pretty dope. This looks like a cool game mode. Real happy that this is happening. So it's just so funny that he's like having the time of his life as the Kislev player. I'm like, but what about the other guy? The other guy's probably pretty pissed.
But I guess like you can enjoy the game the way you want, because I guess every one of us have been using dirty tactics against your opponents, or playing on our playing alone, you know. But I mean, the only criticism I do have, I mean, I have got some criticism, but the main one about Turin might be just the fact that he says that there is like super cheesy strats on land battles. It's always like the same and such, but it happens very rarely. And it sounds like to players who want to join his stream, it sounds like it happens like one every like 1 or 2 battles, you know. It's just not it's just not it. So you end up having a lot of newer players who are just watching their favorite streamers, thinking like, oh yeah, so land battle it's for degenerates, like it's for degenerates, and domination is the way to go. I guess I mean, it's not. It's definitely. It's definitely true that domination is providing more settings, but saying that it's just a bad game mode in its design is probably not true, because it has been the way it has been this way for the past 8 years or also, I don't know.
Yeah.
And it was fine for the most part. Like, have you heard of any Total War game being played on other settings other than a land battle? You know, I guess some of them have been trying to develop other styles, but yeah.
I will say before we get to the game, real quick, I love that. Turin thinks land battles just for degenerates. Also cut to Alfredino. That river troll hag is looking mighty fine.
That's true. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure. Yeah, you might be right on it. I mean, guys? I need a confirmation in chat. Am I a degenerate in your standards?
All right.
And are you a degenerate? That's the real question.
Of course I am. Do you want Chaos or Slaanesh?
I mean, we'll talk about it quickly, but for Slaanesh, for Moffat, he went for 4 men of Slaanesh, 4 Elstriders, 3 spawns, 4 Marauders, Sigvold, a mage of Slaanesh. I mean, it sounds like it's always the same for Slaanesh, almost. Every time you'll see such build.
Surprised not Pit of Shades, but yeah, Slaanesh caster's pretty good. On the other side, for Razel, we have 4 Marauder Horse Masters. He'll win the skirmish fight because he has better skirmishers. It just depends on play, obviously, but 1-to-1, they're about the same. 3, it looks like 2 Seekers of Slaanesh actually with a Chaos Knight with Lances, a backline of Marauders, and 1 Chaos Warshrine of Nurgle for some healing, and 1 extra Marauder with Throwing Axes that is being kept in reserve, because it's bad at the skirmish game, but they just want to have it in the late game for some armor-piercing fire. A nice Rampage cast
we see
here.
some... So that's the main issue also about Slaanesh, is now, like, this faction can basically win any skirmish fights, most likely. Simply because with time they will rampage your whole army, so you end up having like issues such as this units trying to... But Moffat is just outplaying by quite a mile Razel right now. There's not much to say. This side engagement was a little bit atrocious for my clanmates. Not taking the charge on the Chaos Knight lances, it's just losing also. I think, yeah, he needs to charge, but he also needs to... he should have done that earlier. He took very bad trades, but I guess Chaos Knights with lances destroyed the Elstriders simply for the fact that they have armor and the Elstriders do not.
But Moffat's just not letting him get away. As soon as the engagement's over, he tries to pull away, and the Hellstriders are back there again stopping him. This Burning Head might give him a little bit of freedom. These Chaos Knights just can't get out of here.
Yeah, it was very badly played from Razel. There's not much to say. Like, this is just atrocious right now. I mean, no, as I said, no offense to him. It's just like now he took every one of his fights were bad almost, and he got pulled apart despite having a stronger mobility. So it's I think it's already losing. Like, not much to say now.
Phoenix King, if you're in chat, or Raced, if you're in chat, have either of you started your series yet? If so, if not, we might be coming to you soon, so if you haven't started, then don't.
Yeah. I don't know. I would say probably if you're playing against Slaanesh with... and you have access to Elstriders, so basically if you're playing Warrior of Chaos against Slaanesh, maybe a way to do it might just be to rush Slaanesh. I think it's debatable, but the skirmish fight will never go well for you. So might as well just take the engagements, take very little skirmish, and yeah, go for it. Yeah. Oh god.
In the center, Archaon still being a raid boss. That might be the only good thing that's happening for him. And this Chaos Warshrine of Nurgle, it has 0% healing right now. It just ticked up to 0.01%, but it literally wasn't healing anybody before this moment. So if you take a Chaos Warshrine, remember, you got to get a bunch of kills next to that thing before it does literally anything. Yeah,
the issue is even if it was providing heals, I don't really know the reason why you will bring it. I would say because I think personally that if you want the Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle, you want to have like some units that can sustain damage and take prolonged fights. But what do you have? Archeon, I guess, and that's it. Marauders of Slaanesh will not, even with heals, they will break at some point. So yeah, I mean Archeon is doing some work on the Sigvold, but Sigvold as well. So I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal from Moffat. Well done to him.
Archeon's trying to put this carry pants on. He's kind of bodying Sigvold at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit, but it takes a lot of damage as well. I guess if the War Shrine is also like healing so much, you know, maybe there's a way.
It's healing 1 HP per second on Archeon. He's just ticking up 1 point at a time. Oh, it increased to 2.
I will be honest, it's actually crazy that the balance of power is not that bad for Razel right now. Strangely enough.
Yeah.
Good charge on the sides for Moffat, for Razel, I mean.
He's killing Sigvold. He might finish him. Big burning head's gonna round off some stuff.
Okay, wait. We are... Wait a second, let's not...
Sigvold's routing! Archery!
Every time I saw Moffat also lost his Sigvold against Outer Region. Was it against Outer Region? I don't remember, but against someone last tournament we played on those settings. So one other thing, we haven't been talking about it, but the Sorcerer of Slaanesh has been bodying one of the Marauder Horsemen in the far side. Sigvold, I mean, is he really a carry? Like now that I think about it, Archeon is just the true carrier for the Warrior of Chaos. He's just taking on the fight on like many units. Right now.
Just found that sorcerer you're talking about.
Yeah, did you see it?
It's just way over there.
It's. I'm actually curious about his value because I guess he did not bring anything of like anything significant on him. Wait, let me see. Yeah, no, 500 value. He killed a unit of horsemen by himself, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think Razor butchered this his opportunity. I think that really is debatable. The War Shrine of Nurgle without any good units to heal is probably not good, and but except that the build was fine. But then whenever it comes to the way it took the engagements, it was just not it.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm not saying I would have done better. So
for our next game, Naked Cherub and the Phoenix King, I messaged them and they're on game 2, but they're waiting in case you want to spec them.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted to join a thing that already started, but I don't think anybody else is ready unless you just want to follow Moffat.
Yeah, let's not have like down times if we possibly can do that.
All right. I joined the game. It's just called like Phoenix King versus Cherub or something. And for your benefit, the score is 1-0 Naked Cherub at the moment.
Let me also, while we are at it, let me also, change the score. So, let me see. I need to find the lobby.
Well, when you do find it, you'll see we're going to get ourselves some Wood Elves.
Oh, the Phoenix King, okay, yeah.
Yes. We have Wood Elves versus
looking at
Tzeentch.
Naked Cherub. Yeah. What's the matchup?
Wood Elves versus Tzeentch.
Ooh, an interesting one. So I guess both players went for Vampire Count, Tomb King, Warrior of Chaos, and Slaanesh. For the bans, I mean.
This might not be the worst matchup in the world. Archers have some magic damage on the Wood Elf roster. Some of them do. Dryads can have magic damage, so they can deal with blue horrors and stuff. You have plenty of light cavalry, which Tzeentch really doesn't like. Heavy cav is also pretty good against Tzeentch, but at least Tzeentch can nuke down heavy cav and get a bunch of value. Light cav is so annoying for them to deal with because it's like, aha, I threw Infernal Gateway on a 500 gold horseman. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, true.
So I think Wood Elves might have a shot here, but I've never seen this matchup, so I am curious.
I realized I'm not I'm not covering the builds and such. I hope I'm not messing it too much, guys. I'm very sorry for that.
He's okay. Oh, pretty.
Talking back about the conversation we had, Trigger is saying to me that everyone is a degenerate. Everybody is a degenerate. So I guess I agree. Like, I think in ODM, no one is safe.
No one.
No one. I can't tell for everybody, but I guess for the little for what I've been watching about you, human boy, you're quite the degenerate as well.
I'm a connoisseur of degeneracy.
But now a more interesting question will be, who is the most degenerate? Whose main is the most degenerate? Are the vampire count mains more degenerate than the Skaven mains, or are the dwarves just the most degenerate one out there? Who knows?
I still think it's Wood Elves, but I have a special hatred in my heart for fighting the Wood Elves, so that's me. I acknowledge my bias, and I'm fine with it.
Wait. Cyrus is saying to me, Rat Boy especially, he yiff.
No.
Are you yiffing? Are you yiffing, human boy?
No. He's a lie.
Is it some propaganda or just...
No. Cyrus is this channel's best friend and this channel's worst enemy. He is both at the same time.
Cyrus is probably my most the one with ears the most often in my channel, so I thank him for that. I think it's he's helping the small streamers going up, you know. So I like it, but yeah, Pantalon from Trigger is saying to me that Pantalonad is probably the most degenerate of his kind.
Yeah, my chat's also saying dwarves and vampire counts almost overwhelmingly. Strat game, I think there was an error with your message. I don't know. It says vampire count /blank/dwarves, and I don't know what the blank is supposed to be, but I'm getting an error code there. You might want to rephrase that.
Let me also update the scoreboards, because I've been changing of players and such. So we have Phoenix King.
Okay.
Phoenix. Okay.
I took the blocker down, right? Yeah, I did. Nice. Oh, I'll let you cover Wood Elves. I'm just going to be poopy to them all the time, so we should at least have someone who can appreciate their splendor cover them. On the side of Tzeentch, while you update some of that stuff, we have 5 Marauders as the front line, backed up by, it looks like, 2 Forsaken. The Knights of Immolation, the Arwar Doom Knights in the sky with their bomb drop, are an interesting pick. I still don't believe in them, but I have seen a couple people use them very well, mostly like Even Star or someone. So you need incredible micro to make this unit worthwhile. We do have 4 Furies of Tzeentch, Kairos, Fate Weaver, and 1 Chaos Knight? 1 Chaos Knight of Tzeentch with lances. So it is a slow push build. They're going to try to grind through the front line, and a lot of flying used to shut down archers. It's an overall good build. I don't know if it's entirely optimal, but it's fine.
Very unique build from Naked Cherub. I mean, okay, I wouldn't, if I was a Wood Elf player looking in this match, I wouldn't be like, yeah, he will just rush me, because it's probably his best way. But I mean, looking at the army of Naked Cherub, if he's facing Waywatchers, he's straight up lost the game probably. There's not much to shut them down. So let's see. For the Wood Elf side, we have a combination of Eternal Guards plus Dryads on the front line, plus on the back line we have 4 Glade Riders and 2 Glade Riders with bows, and 2 Wirewood Rangers.
Tian, we saw that build you wanted yesterday, and it did not work out, unfortunately. I'm sorry you missed it.
Dryka is also in the display, and yeah, you have Pit of Shade.
Pit of Shades! Let's go, dude! First Pit of Shades of the day.
So we have Wood Elf that went for a melee fight, and the Tzinch also is going for melee fights. The Tzinch player, I mean. So, not much to say. Wait, okay. Fury is going on Eternal Guards. I do not know if it's a good trade, but you have the Knight of Illumination just bombarding.
Half health off that Wildwood Ranger unit, and that's like 900 to 1,000 gold somewhere is that unit. So that was like 500 gold's worth of value.
Well played for Cherub to just, I mean, 2v1 like a unit of Eternal Guard. But that being said, it was probably a bad idea, because they are not trapped into a bunch of units. If he can punish this blob, maybe, but let's see.
He has
it
Pendulum,
doesn't.
but...
Yeah.
Oh,
wait. Yeah, it was being casted on the front line.
So the Wood Elves' right flank is going a little poorly. The Knights of Immolation, I just realized the Wood Elves don't have a lot of armor piercing to deal with them, and they don't have great armor piercing arrows either, so the Knights of Immolation are going to roll over this game for a while. But the right-hand flank isn't going well for the Wood Elves. The left is going incredibly well.
I see the Furies just trading sides. They were on the left flank of the Wood Elf player, but Furies alone will not make a change on this flank. So Naked Cherub wisely decided that it was better to use them on the right flank of the Wood Elf player, and it's a good idea.
Damage value is about even. It was going Tzinch's way for quite a while, but now we're turning it around. And there's a Pit of Shades getting cast, and it looks like it's going to catch 2 Tzinch units. Very nice cast so far. I wonder how much it'll do to Forsaken. We're mostly outside of it, but it is going to mess up these Marauders.
Yeah, no, actually, both of the units were just getting destroyed from this cast. Chaos is is not challenged. That being said, the Wood Elf player has been crushing his left side. So, and for the Glade Riders, they are left alone. Naked Cherub realized that he cannot really contest them, so he accepts the loss and just goes for like, I guess, like a more punchy style. He goes for the front line, you know.
Actually, I just realized Kairos Fateweaver's in a bad situation. Eternal Guard are anti-large and armor piercing, and Dryads do magic damage bypassing his physical resist. So right now, sitting in these 2 units, he was taking a lot of damage, and he even had to pop a Regrowth and an Oracle of Eternity on himself.
Oh my, yeah, actually you're right on it. I did not capture it, but yeah, it's not good idea for him to. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, he was just setting up for this for the bombardment of Tzinch.
And a Gaze of Fate even netting them in place. He is really invested in killing this Eternal Guard specifically.
I think the Gaze wasn't a good idea, but yeah, I mean, it did well. You see, generally, like, whenever Tzinch players are just sacrificing things inside your, like, all your units, you just assume that they are going to play some sort of like vortex spell or yeah.
But as far as the battle is going, Tzeentch is pretty much down to just Chaos Knights, the Flying Knights, and Kairos. So you have 3 heavily armored, expensive pieces, and everything else is completely in tatters. And for the Wood Elves, you have a horde of unwashed peasants. I mean, slightly washed elven peasants.
Yeah, you're right calling elves peasants because I mean they have their leadership by the look of it. Look at them all fleeing the battlefield.
Yeah.
But what's your guess? Okay, let's make a bet. Who do you think is going to win this fight?
Probably the
between
Wood Elves. Wood Elves. Pit of Shades tries to catch some of the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, and it only catches a few. Most of them are able to path out of it, but yeah, I think the Wood Elves... Eternal Guard and Dryads are specifically both really good against Kairos, so Kairos has very few melee options he can actually engage in, and cycle charging with Knights is extremely effective, but we have plenty of armor-piercing spear units. We even have a full health unit of Wildwood Rangers. Drycha's plenty healthy, and she even has Melkoths to slow down some people. I think the Wood Elves have too much left. Ooh. And yeah, these Chaos Knights are overcommitting. They're currently going to get surrounded by Skirmish Cab, which keeps them in the fight with these armor-piercing spears. They can't escape.
Oh, that was intended, I think, from Phoenix King to engage with the Glade Riders to force, like, to make sure that the Chaos Knight cannot escape. Yeah. I don't think if I agree fully on this take, but it sounds like Chaos Knight now cannot escape the fight, and they are just fighting Eternal Guard in melee, so they are probably going to win.
And a Dryad summon.
Yeah, it's pretty doomed now. A Knight of Immolation will have to do wonders, but I'm not sure they can do it on their own, especially since their models can get trapped so easy. So.
What is this balance of power? It's like literally just Kairos and the Knights of Immolation, and the balance of power is like, I don't know, pretty even to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and Jaika will probably just duel Kairos by herself, so...
Yeah, that's very silly. Tzeentch and Khorne have exact opposite problems. Tzeentch always gets balance of power buffs for no reason, and Khorne gets army lost when he has plenty of shots left in the game, because, you know, Warhammer's just like, he's done, get him out of here.
Yeah.
Damage value, Wood Elves are up by quite a bit, but Kairos has used 2 different regrowths. I think one on himself and then one on one of the Knights at one point, but...
Oh, look at this animation. Are you doing like close-ups of Chaos or not?
I am now.
He's like summoning portals and sending magic projectiles through them to kill them. That's so cool.
That is very cool. The animations have been really great in Warhammer 3.
Yeah. I love also the gazer, I suppose.
Chaos Knights of Tzeentch somehow rallied, but they're about to get rear charged by some Glade Riders without ammunition. They did turn around and meet the charge, so at least they didn't lose all that leadership, but I think they're still going to rout just due to how low they are. Kairos is losing the fight.
Look at this animation. Never mind. It was too quick.
I'm watching.
You'll see at some point he's just sending, he's just making portals and sending projectiles through them. It's quite nice to see that.
Oh.
I don't know why the Knight of Immolation are not on the blob instead on this Wildwood Rangers.
Yeah, bombing an expensive unit is nice, but I think bombing this huge blob would also be pretty clutch. Kairos gets another regrowth on himself, but the Overcast does damage, and he's almost at his healing cap.
Okay, never mind. We are talking now. Look at this.
Run, Wood Elves, run!
Oh? They are not running.
They did not run. They did not run.
Oh my... Oof.
Balance of Power doesn't move an inch, though. Balance of Power doesn't give a shit.
Maybe it takes like 5 seconds to change.
I don't know. The Knights of Immolation were getting messed up while that was happening, so I think it was just an equivalent change. Melkoths is a nice cast on the Knights of Immolation. They're so low, they're starting to lose some models from that cast, and it is down to just Kairos, who is healing capped. I think Drycha can 1v1 him at this point. But that was hilarious. The Balance of Power literally didn't care that 4 or 5 Wood Elf units just got deleted. Oh, very funny. I think we're
Look
going to a
at
game
the
3.
animation.
Oh. That
Did
is
you
kind of
see?
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
I
little
love it.
circle shooting lasers at Dreicha. She got knocked over, so she didn't take any damage.
What is the most wacky animation out there? I think it's probably like the Necrofex Colossus trying to attack in melee, no? Or is it something else?
That's pretty
Can you think
wacky.
of some?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember. It's the Terrorgeist. Terrorgeist fighting an infantry. It picks up a single infantry model, throws him in the air, like grabs his body out of the air, shakes him, and then eats him. But it literally does damage to one unit model, and it takes like 6 hours to complete. So whenever he does it, the player with the Terrorgeist is like, "No, just drop him!
Yeah.
Please keep attacking."
Okay, regrowth on the Night of Immolation.
Very nice.
We have bombardments coming in. And they are engaging. So now it's Draika against the wall. Oh, never mind. There's some cavalry left.
They're
Oh,
coming!
and look at this one unit of Dryads. They went looking for mushrooms inside the forest.
Oh, wow. There's a full health unit of Dryads over there.
Yeah.
They're coming back now, but I think Dreicha can finish off Cairo. She does do magic damage, so his physical resist doesn't mean anything.
She's getting tossed around a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah. Wood Elves have some rallying troops, but I doubt they'll do very much at all, because if they get back in the fight, they will just break them. You think Kairos will be dead after being surrounded by 5 hours? Yeah, but his 20 melee defense is keeping him perfectly alive. Cough.
Okay, he cannot really. I don't think he can just decide to disengage with Chaos. So, yeah, he has to take the engagement now.
Yeah. Also, Kairos has all the Tzeentch Lords have busted models where, like, a lot of units just don't attack them and they have infinite mass for no reason. So, Kairos is artificially very tanky.
So well done from both. Good, interesting gameplay because basically both players traded one side and then went for the other. Yeah, it was rough for Slaanesh. I don't think it's a very good rushy faction. Maybe it was his first pick and just Phoenix King went for the Wood Elves to counter it. Eternal Guard did super well.
So did Dryads, actually.
Most of them.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Dreicha did what she needed to, but she was just walking around like, "Somebody fight me, please!"
But I mean, she did 3,000, so what can you say? The Night of Immolation did 2,600. It looks nice, yeah.
They did very well. They did very well. Great bombing runs.
I'm not an advocate of cheesy strategy, but I may say probably if you want to play the matchup, you might just want to get 1 or 2 units of like two or 3 units of kiting, like of horsemen, and you try to kite and try to dodge as much as possible while using the blue fire on chaos if you want to be super triad. That being said, if your naked cherub went for this style of play, Phoenix King would probably go for the forest with Draika, and will probably be fine with that. And I'm not sure how efficient it is to just spam with blue fires Draika. So, should I advocate for such strategies?
Yes.
Hello, Butcherbird.
Human Boy Stream said Cherub is already up a game. Also, hello. Yeah, because we entered when Cherub was 1-0, so we're in game 3.
Oh yeah. Actually, true. I need to change.
So I have a question to ask you because you're an extremely high level player. So I am curious what you think. We talked about CA buffing things, and domination versus land battles, I don't think is the point. Vampire, like all the undead getting leadership buffs, I think doesn't make any sense for either game mode. Because crumbling is already super slow, and now they just don't even crumble. And I don't think it was like a healthy way to change their gameplay pattern. And even
For sure.
trying to think of campaign, it's like all leadership does is make your units last longer. But I don't think any campaign player had a problem like my vampire counts armies always just die. And it's like, I mean, don't they want to do more damage? So you think if you really want to buff undead, whether or not that was necessary, if you want to buff undead, don't you think they would like increase their attack stats, make like their cavalry a bit better? I just don't understand the balancing that went into why more leadership? Like, who was asking for that?
So I have my take on this. Hear me out. I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I remember whenever the ogres were OP, okay? It
Okay.
was one guy balancing almost the whole game, pretty much, and the guy was a fan of the ogres.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they are taking turns on the balancing. Maybe they are doing it. And it might be just why vampire count is just getting buffs out of nowhere. I have no idea. Because, I mean, I guess it might have also came from campaign players ranting about, just vampire counts being weak. But I'll be honest with you, from all my vampire count campaigns, it sounds like vampire counts are super busted. So, not that they are like, I guess it's debatable, but then again, I would probably still think vampire counts shouldn't get buffed, and or at least not on those units. And especially about their leadership, it was just fine right now. So one thing to consider though is that it's not just about the vampire counts. I feel that the change on the leadership side is affecting even the change on ultra mode scaling is affecting also the living units, the units with leadership. I mean, because it's much more difficult to break things now. No matter no matter if you are a living creature or just like undead. But for undead, it's even worse now. It's like it's incredibly worse. So yeah, I think it's bad take. I think it's bad change. I think it's harming a little bit the game right now, and I hope that they are reversing it. And I also hope that they are not completely butchering vampire count by doing so. By that I mean giving them the Skaven treatment whenever Grom the Punch was out. You know.
Yeah. I agree. I think there's also been some changes that I wonder if they were just mistakes with the Skaven roster, and we'll see how the next patches come. Because Tretch having the Kislev Buyer Blood passive is strange. Throt.
No, I mean for sure. Okay, for sure. They like one of the intern inside the company was messing around things and got fired out after that. I mean the Archmage of Metal having 88,000 HP is probably a proof of it.
Yeah.
I think I think it's very strange about Skavens because I don't really understand why they buffed the Rat Ogres. They were always an important unit for the Skaven roster. Now, if you are not bringing 4 of them, you're probably not doing it right. You know, it's probably not a good army.
Yeah.
And same goes for some units. That being said, Night Runners getting buffed is a good thing, I think.
Oh yeah, there were some healthy changes to Skaven overall, but there were some weird ones, like Throt getting his 5th nerf in a row.
Yeah.
What do you need to do to this man before you're happy? Just stop. Leave him alone.
Yeah, big true.
Funny. Yeah. Tien, yeah. So Tretch got by our blood, and yeah, it's very silly. He's actually pretty good now, and it's not even because of Buyer Blood that he's good now. He's just like mega tanky, but Buyer Blood is a fun little thing. Yeah.
I mean, Especially for Tretch, like, by our blood, what's going on, you know?
Yeah, he's supposed to be very cowardly, but instead, unbreakable.
I love it. Maybe it's like CA is trying to replicate some sort of, you know, maybe he has some sort of like very obscure lore where he, like during one of his mission, he just sniff out some warp stone and he went unbreakable and berserk on the enemy. I don't know, but it was definitively not it for sure. I'm also talking above my ass because I do not know for sure what happened to Tretch. I don't. I've some. I read some things about him, but I'm not an expert on Warhammer lore, so you shouldn't take it for granted.
Are we gonna talk about the fact that with 7 bans, Slaanesh made it through?
No, my God, again. I mean, I guess people are thinking it this way, you know, like if my opponent is playing Skaven, I can always play Skaven, or I can play Skaven next round. But I don't know. I must say, I don't really like it. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna grab something to eat and drink. And I let you just I let you just comment on the battle on the army compositions.
Okay, all right. I will. I'm already sus. I'm already sus of this Phoenix King build. Phoenix King messages me, Cherub banned High Elves, alright? It's all his fault. I know Cherub specifically hates High Elves because the Phoenixes always get their rebirth right now. And he's just like, goddamn, Phoenixes always heel capping themselves is pretty funny. Alfredino's a great player and truly a great person, but man, the French accent gets on your nerves. Is this ODM only players? No. I mean, Phoenix King is XMT. It's just they're hosting the tournament, is why. It's not mine. I am a guest caster. They invited me. And I could not say no, because I like ruining good times. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So the Phoenix King's build, we saw it loading in. It's all cavalry, no infantry. This is honestly kind of fine. Maybe not how I would play it, but I haven't put too much thought into it. All of the Bretonnian infantry are so weak and pathetic in leadership that they'll just charge Slaanesh's passive, so maybe you don't want to take them. The only infantry I could justify would be maybe Battle Pilgrims, because Foot Squires have a lot of armor piercing that's not necessary, so Battle Pilgrims are okay. But going full cavalry is an interesting take. I just have some problems with specifically how it's handled, but we'll see. We have 4 Knights of the Realm, one of which is the Knights of the Lionhearted ROR. We have 4 Knights Errant, one of which is the Defenders of Fleur-de-Ridi ROR. And we have 3 Mounted Yeoman Archers with a Mounted Yeoman. I guess the arrows are kind of helpful, but we have not seen skirmish work versus Slaanesh all day, and I don't think we're about to start now. In the sky, we have Luin Leankor with his own self-healing. Sword of Couronne, Stand Your Ground are his only 2 abilities he brought. He didn't bring the Lion Shield or anything. And for caster, we have Dwellers Below, Earthblood, and Power Stone on a Life Caster. That is the cavalry build of Bretonnia. 722 models even with all that. That's what I do. Hey, that's what I do. For Slaanesh, we have Seekers, Hellstriders, Hellstriders. We have 4 Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, and some more Seekers and some more Hellstriders. A front line of only 4 Marauders. We do have our first sighting of Azazel today, and 1 Chaos Knight of Slaanesh, with some pretty decent melee stats, and the Mark of Slaanesh, which gives them more speed, some physical resist, and ITP. Azazel for spells brought Acquiescence and Pavane of Slaanesh. Interesting. I don't think he wants to duel Luin in the sky, though. He does have good stats. Well, I guess
Même si nous on avait déjà fait les courses, c'est quand même cool. Hey, I'm back.
What up? I covered both the builds, so we're just getting straight into it. Bretonnia has an all-cav
perfect.
build.
Perfect timing.
All Cav. Let's go. I do think this might be the way to play Bretonnia, though, we've talked about it with the Empire Knights in an earlier game today, but yesterday I was talking about it. When Samaric took Grail Knights and Grail Guardians, I think going super wide on heavily armored Cav is better to beat Slaanesh, rather than going elite and small, because, you know, you'll die. But I think you can trade cost effectively with Hellstriders and Seekers all day.
Mounted human taking some shots, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah. The most valuable thing about mounted... Sorry, you go.
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say the most valuable thing about mounted yeomen is the horses in the fields afterwards.
Yeah, actually true. Especially for Bretonians.
Mm-hmm.
You see Azazel just not caring about King Luen. He seems to want the fight. I'm not sure. Okay, I think it's not favoring the Bretonian player to wait and kite it out. I will be honest. I think that with the army-wide abilities of Slaanesh, you will end up having issues on the kite fight. So he took some charges with some Knights of the Realm alongside Luen, so good on him, punishing the lack of cavalry, protecting the infantry.
That's actually a really nice play, because the only cav over here is the Seekers, and if they commit, they're going to get rear charged by the Knights of the Lionhearted, so they just have to give up this 400 gold Marauder, and he's taking no punishment anywhere else, so it is just free.
I would have liked a follow-up, like killing this entire Marauder unit instead of just pulling out, probably. But he realizes there is some repositioning for the Slaanesh player.
Yeah, Chaos Knights and Slaanesh are thinking about taking the charge, but they are a little outclassed here. Now we have no questing knights for armor piercing. I guess that could be a concern. There's only one armored horseman here, so...
Very well played for Phoenix King. I was about to say, basically, that there is some there are some cavalries that were scouting the forest on the left flank, and they were not here, so because of that, the Slaanesh player was outnumbered, and he could have just taken the engagement. It's what he did. So
we also have some Knights Errant catching Horsemen of Slaanesh napping a little bit. They don't have skirmish mode on, and we have Knights of the Realm and Luen catching these Chaos Knights, and Dwellers Below is going to start killing the Chaos Knights of Slaanesh and the Marauders. Huge plays from the Phoenix King all at once, and you see Naked Cherub is doing his best to get something going elsewhere, but there's just too many things happening at once. And that is a huge loss for Slaanesh on the low field here.
Yeah, and it's not getting any better. Like all the skirmish cav getting completely wrecked, and now even the Hellstriders are getting flanked and killed. That being said, you have on the Slaanesh side, you have some charges that are getting that the Seekers are taking. But yeah, there's too many cavalry to cover for that, so...
Yeah, Knights of Lionhearted, they got charged by the Seekers, but you can see it's trading about even, and now as the charge bonuses wear off, the Seekers of Slaanesh are starting to lose pretty handedly against the Knights of the Lionhearted because they have magic damage that does extra damage to those Seekers. On the far side, Slaanesh is in full rout as these Knights are just sprinting down anybody they can catch, and the Skirmish Cav is having a hard time really punishing them. And I just... like, Slaanesh isn't winning anywhere. No fights are going well for them, and that's brutal.
Big statement from Phoenix King. Saying, I have a counter to Slaanesh, bring it on, you know? It might be why Phoenix King didn't really try to ban Slaanesh on his side.
Yeah, and this is just wild. Like, spreading out your force this much and still keeping a pretty good grasp on everything is the signs of a good player, and you're seeing it here.
You have a skirmish, unit of Marauders, Men of Slaanesh, that has been turned like it has skirmish mode on, so it went for a little bit of a wild route.
Those mounted yeomen are scary though. They gotta run.
Yeah.
That's really high value for the mounted yeoman. Since all the things are the same, you can't tell if that's mounted yeoman or a knight errant or something. But yeah, running from a mounted yeoman is pretty funny. Ooh, Azazel messed up. He is now surrounded by knights with only 5 armor. He's gonna get slaughtered. And Lewin's diving in too. Ooh.
Probably not the worst. I think actually taking the charge, so the cavalry is not, you know, like it's not punishing for the Slaanesh player. It's probably his best fight to try to get some sort of like duel going on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's sacrificing quite a lot of HP for Azazel, but he killed some of the knights units along the way. But I guess it's still pretty bad.
We have a Dwellers
for
cast.
Azazel.
Either his Seekers abandon Azazel to his fate, or they take a big Dwellers, and it looks like they're just opting to take it.
God, yeah, no, never mind. Okay,
Oh,
with
no.
the yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Sacre bleu.
Very well played by the Phoenix King, and this is definitely the Bretonia type of build I like to see versus Slaanesh. Just don't give them any solid targets to Pit of Shades or Cycle Charge, and if everything is just cheap, shitty armored knights, they have a hard time getting them all.
I'm very upset, I realize it. I've been casting the whole battle without saying anything in French. It's just upsetting me, I guess. Whenever someone is playing Bretonia, I have to cast it in French.
There's still time. Go, Alfredino, go.
Ok. Ok. Oh, ben, je crois que Naked Cherub a arrêté de jouer, tout simplement. Et on part sur ouais, les Hellstriders qui reviennent sur les Horsemen. Ben, c'est bien joué. Oh non, oh non. on a quelques belles charges de la part de Slaanesh, mais à ce point-là, ça va être très difficile de revenir. Parce que même Azazel va avoir juste du mal. Le Louen alone, le Louen tout seul, pourrait se refaire une belle croisade et ça serait pas un problème. Je pense qu'il pourrait tenir l'entièreté de l'armée de Slaanesh à lui tout seul à ce moment-là. Yeah, let's get back to English because I don't know why I'm having a difficult time speaking in French right now.
I know, it's fine.
I guess having to get back to French settings is just difficult.
Yeah, one thing.
Even if it's like.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Bretonia's running out of gas a little bit. We have 3 mounted yeomen who are almost out of ammo. All the knights are very, very injured. And thankfully, Lewin and the caster are plenty healthy, and the balance of power reflects it. But I will say, Naked Cherub scrapped their way back into this game pretty heavily from what was an abysmal start. They really fought to the very end, and I do think that is admirable. I still think Bretonia is going to take it. Just saying, it was not a blowout as I first thought it would look like.
It shows that despite all the early trades from Bretonia and such, it's still a very difficult matchup, probably. I mean, definitely this build has some teeth, but that being said, like, looks like it's still very difficult overall.
Mm-hmm. Balance of power is full of some crap like now. You better not army loss. Come on. Let us play it out. Slaanesh is clawing their way back into this game. Don't do them like that, army losses! Don't do them like that! That's so sad.
I mean, I must say, looking at this Elfie Luen, I don't really think this army loss is not deserved.
Yeah, no, it felt like Slaanesh was making good plays and coming back in the game, and the army losses kept tipping towards Bretonia for, like, no reason. That's messed up. I think Bretonia was going to win it, but it definitely wasn't over, and army losses was a little overambitious there.
I want to highlight something. One of the unit of Marauder of Slaanesh, despite this playing against this style of army, it did 800 value.
Oh, wow. How? How is
yeah,
that
I mean, I don't know, but... And Hellstriders, if you think about it, they cost 600, they have no armor piercing, some of them did wonderful. So...
No idea. I'm going to message Stingers quick. You started? Which, we are in the semifinals. Are we going to cast both or just one of them and then hop to finals?
You can your choice. I leave you the choice. Um uh you're the guest. I mean.
We have been streaming for 2.5 hours. We have a best of 3 and a best of 5 ahead of us. Even if we do just one, I think doing just one is fine in my opinion. But that
Yeah,
is
fair
just
enough.
me. I messaged Stingers and Mofet to see if they have started. Otherwise, if they have, we could just follow Phoenix King to go fight Blood Penguin.
So I'm fine for that. Yeah, let's do. We can do one-ish, and if Moffat is not replying to answering you, you can join me uh, on the Balloon Penguin versus Phoenix King.
Eat. Okay.
So guys, Phoenix King, Blood Penguin, just leave me a spot, okay?
Okay. Stingers and Mofet haven't started.
Okay. Then I'll mute myself and see you soon, human boy.
All right. We'll cover both. See you in a bit.
Yep.
We're splitting up. We are splitting up. If you want to see Blood Penguin versus Phoenix King, Alfredino's stream is there. If you want to see Stingers versus Mofet, you know where to stay. If you want neither, I don't know, go home. If you want both, I guess stay here, I guess. Stingers versus Mofet. We will meet up with Alfredino in the finals. Let's go Scroot. Why let's go Scroot? It's Blood Penguin up there, silly. I couldn't bear playing through any Brett campaign except Rapunzel, but Rapunzel's Crusade campaign is hella fun. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I like the Bretonnian campaigns for a bit. I think their roster is just a little small for so after a while I've played with all their units and I get a little bored of the campaign. Oh, big yawns over there, little pup. Yeah. You need lunch, don't you? Is that what you want? You want your little lunch. Your little lunch body. We went on a nice walk this morning and she loved it. Uh-oh. Don't look now, chat, but she's gonna jump up on me pretty soon, especially if I look at her. And then I look away. I'm ignoring you. I'm ignoring you. Not gonna look. No. Oh, fine. Come here. Up, up.
Hi, puppy. Let's go get you some lunch. Let's go get you some lunch. You deserve it because you're the best lady ever. And you're very nice. You're a very nice lady.
That's cool. Stingers versus Mofet. RTK Stingers. Haven't seen him in a long time.
Oh.
Most of RTK are busy slaughtering domination ladders. Left, right, and center. Every domination tournament you see, RTK is there. Murdering it. Except that's not even true, because when I host a domination tournament, not Salty, when I host a domination tournament, I don't see him. I see Swarv, but I don't see Bob Tresh. I don't see Houseplant. I don't see any of my old friends that just don't like me anymore. Alright, Pop. Let's go eat your lunch. Here, baby. Desk, transform to the standing position. I do not want to sit anymore. I'm back. Look at my Skaven shirt. Look at that shit. Look at it! Love that shirt. I have 2 Skaven shirts, and both of them are fantastic. Okay. I'm back. We have High Elves versus Nurgle. We'll get some High Elf love. See High Elves and Wood Elves today. No Dark Elves yet. But we do get some High Elf love. How we doing, chat? Viewers are dropping because I've been gone for a bit. For Faye, what the hell do you even do once you deal with the Greenskins in the north? I feel like it's just completely directionless. Attack the Wood Elves? Sounds like a crap idea. Yeah, in both of my Bretonnia campaigns, I played... Okay, I've tried the Alberic campaign like 7 times, but in the one that I actually got past like turn 5 in Warhammer 2, because it's... Dude, it is brutal playing Alberic in Warhammer 2. It's so hard, in my opinion. Because they had like the greenskin incursions, so your public order sucks. It just blows until you take out massive Orcall or whatever that thing is that's in the middle of Bretonnia. And then what is it? So it's greenskin armies keep showing up as hordes if you ever leave your castle. If you don't leave your castle, Red Duke comes in from the north and just starts messing up your entire day. It's so hard. Or at least it used to be. Anyway. I digress. So I played 1 real campaign as Alberic, I played 1 real campaign as Lewin. Both I ended up attacking the Wood Elves just because I got bored. And it was both times a mistake. Like the second time I did it, it was in Lewin's campaign. I was like, oh yeah, I could just take out the Wood Elves and like not have this threat at my back because they kept declaring war on me and then just sitting in their forest and like 40 turns later getting peace. Yeah, I'll just get rid of them. Like Vietnam levels of regret later. We're still in the forest. Arrows occasionally flying out at us. We're just like, we can't catch them. We're suffering attrition every turn. And whenever we take a goddamn city, all we can build there is a shitty lumber camp. It sucks. None of us want to be here. This is terrible. So yeah, fighting the Wood Elves is not a good idea. NA is great. I'm supporting LS as usual. Oh, that's true. But Scroot's not in the tournament anymore. I also support Scroot, but he did get knocked out, and I have to face that reality, as harsh as it may be. Crusade with the donut? That's a great idea, Arabeck. Murder Ikit, then Wood Elves, then the Empire. Why would you murder the Empire's Bretonnia? What is wrong with you? The Ancient Alliance stands strong. Bring the Metal Mage and nothing else. Have a boss fight. Plus, you might have to attack the War Dance. Is 100% not worth. True. High Elves versus Nurgle. It's an okay matchup. Nurgle has teeth. Like, they can do stuff here, but I also think High Elves are particularly well favored into them. The main point about Nurgle is you need to shoot them, right? You need to shoot them. So any shooting faction, I think, is favored personally. And you saw a game earlier where, not to harp on it, but I'm just like saying, it's like the Natty Booba sharpshooters were the only thing that could take out Festus in the whole build, and Mofet focused them down with some Furies, and then they died, and he couldn't kill Festus. He did great. He like Razel took out 90% of the Nurgle army, but just had nothing to kill Festus in the end, and died. And that's where I think basic archers, or slingers in the Skaven case, but basic archers are a must bring versus Nurgle. They're good against skirmish cav. They're good against Nurglings. They're good against Forsaken. They're good against Spawn. They're good against literally everything. And then when you have a couple archers in the late game, you can really whittle down Festus or Kugoth or whoever's left. I think archers are critical in this matchup, or slingers. Even if you have Natty Booba sharpshooters, even if you have double assassins, you just can't count on those things to finish off Festus, or God forbid, Kugoth. So, that's my take on it, which is why I think High Elves will be fine, because they have plenty of variety of archers. They'll do okay. Rangers can cut through the front line quite effectively. You have cheap-ish cavalry in silver helms at 900 gold or 1,000 if you want to shell out for the shields, but it's not like you're taking, 1,600 gold chaos knights with lances versus Nurgle, and then they get like spirit leeched or something to death. So you can take relatively cheap armored cav, plenty of archers, decent infantry. I think the high elves can do well here. I don't think it's over by any means, but I would say it's probably 60-40 high elves. Also, Nurgle just can't deal with dragons. Nurgle hates dragons. Hates them. Because all your skirmish cav are the throwing axe variant, which are the easiest variant to dodge. They have very low range and a shit arc of fire, so if you throw them, yeah, you can move your dragon out of the way. And like I said, the archers you should be bringing anyway, as high elves are going to take care of that skirmish cav for you. Dragon breath attacks onto Festus, great. Dragon cycle charging onto Festus, equally great. Breath attacks onto Kugath are worth it. Cycle charging Kugath is a little harder, but hopefully you have archers at this point. So yeah, I think Dragon, Cav, archers, minimal frontline, high elves will do fine. Go Imric full rush. People have been trying full rush into Festus, and it's driving me insane. Because, like, Festus is strong. I don't think Festus is OP, but he's strong. But it bothers me. I've raged about it on yesterday's stream, but it does bother me when people chuck themselves into a melee blob around Festus, die, and then message me and say, why do you allow this shit in your tournaments? Why do you allow Festus? And I'm like, shoot him! Just shoot him! Don't run up to him! What are you doing? And they're just like, oh, this fucking shit's so garbage and toxic. This is why land battles suck. And I'm like, you just walked into him. Like, you did exactly what he wanted. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't try to outshoot the Skaven. Don't try to outgrind the vampire counts. Don't walk into Festus's blob. Like, you're just playing into the faction's strengths, and then you get mad at me for hosting a land battle tournament. Don't do that! Don't, just shoot him! Don't blob! You have no idea how triggered I get when people message me about that. They're just like, I blobbed on Festus / Kugath and I died. This is a bullshit game. Can you maybe send me the newest fruit rolls? Sure. I haven't posted them yet. I think they're on Turin server at the moment. So yeah. I mean, mistakes happen, so don't get me wrong. Mistakes happen. I'm not saying everybody should play perfectly, but I hate when someone does something that is objectively the wrong decision, but then messages me and says, your format sucks. Like, land battles suck because I made a mistake. And I was like, what are you doing? Oh, God. Triggered. Where the hell did Turin's rules things go? I was literally just here. Matchup discussion, balancing discussion. Is this where it is? No, where the hell? Announcement, Tourney. Where the... I haven't just posted this. Tournament rules, there they are. Sorry. Somebody asked for the fruit rules and I'm sending them. Boom. Ayo, how's it going? It's actually going really well. Alfredino and I just split up. He's covering one semifinal. I'm covering the other. So if you do want to watch Blood Penguin versus the Phoenix King, you can hop over to his stream. It's linked in the description. He is over on Twitch. He is a very nice, friendly gentleman. And also an excellent player in both land battles and domination. So no matter which game mode you prefer, he is a great source for you to have. Aside from that, matchup's been pretty banger today. That rant I just went on wasn't about this game. It was about some stuff yesterday. Wait, Mr. Powder Faction is trying to depth guard Russian Nurgle? Yeah. I love to depth guard now, but please shoot Nurgle. I agree. Legion Warhammer community complaining about something that should be banned, illegal. Name more iconic duo. Wait, why? What? Legion? Why should Nurgle be banned? You can just shoot him. Like, just because he's good at blobbing and you can't out-blob him doesn't mean he should be banned. It just means you shouldn't opt into his strengths. What are you talking about? That's my take anyway. Why Why is it everybody's taking the wrong map into MoFed? CA and bad balancing. Really hate the double item rule. I love the double item rule. Dude, I personally really like the double item rule, but people, I'm not saying it should be banned. I'm saying people are complaining for no reason all the time. Oh, okay, yeah. Legion, I'll agree with that. And it's a vocal minority, and I know it's a vocal minority, but still, when one of those people DMs you and is like, your tournament's bad, it's like, all right, I'm on the defensive, I'm butthurt, time to fight. All right. As for the builds we have triple Shadow Walker from Stingers. We have Tyrion. Again, I would prefer a dragon, but I understand Tyrion. He has his self-healing. He has fire resistance, but he doesn't do fire damage, so I think that could be an oversight. For Mage of Metal, we do have Plague of Rust, Searing Doom, and then the mana regeneration thing. That's fine. A front line of Rangers and Silver and Guard. Yes! I love Silver and Guard. I don't think they're the best infantry unit, but I do like them, so cool. 3 Rangers are very good against Nurgle. Nurgle generally doesn't have super high armor, and Rangers are kind of good mulching units for the 600 gold. 3 Illyrian Reaver Archers, so we have 3 Skirmish Cav, 3 Skirmish Walkers, and that is it. We do have shooting. I worry it's not going to be enough concentrated fire to take out Festus, but we will see. As far as Mofet, Marauders of Nurgle, Chaos Warhounds of Poison, more Marauders, and Festus. We do have 2 Furies. 2 Furies, 1 Dog, 2 Throwing Axe Cav, 2 Soul Grinders, and double Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Seems pretty fine. We have double Skirmish. It's just single entity artillery skirmish versus infantry skirmish, and then the horsemen kind of cancel out. But again, Illyrian Reaver Cav should be better at skirmishing than throwing axes because I think they're longer range, but also better arcs of fire. Just because something is strong should be banned, yeah. True Dwarf Cypher. Just because player plays well shouldn't be punished. I once played into double Flash Bomb, Room of Slaanesh, and Dragonback Slingers, yeah. I think the banned double items rather than, like, I mean, you can take an item, just don't take 2 of it. I think it's just more fun, and as far as video games, I prefer fun, but I think competitive integrity, I think there's an argument, but personally, I don't see why double items, I don't think anybody's been happy about a double item ever, you know what I mean? It's not like people were like, man, double Scab Scrape is so cool. I love double Scab Scrape, or double Assassin's Trophy, or double Web of Shadows from the Dark Elves, you know? So I don't think anybody's had more fun because 2 of an item were in the game. The skirmish phase is underway, and the Illyrian Reavers are just not getting it done right now. They're taking a lot of damage from the Soul Grinders of Nurgle, and they're not really returning any shots. They're shooting at little single entities, which the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle have 120 armor, and they're small, so you see a lot of the arrows miss them. They should be shooting either the dogs, maybe the Soul Grinders, or the other skirmish cav, but for now they're just eating damage. Gotta wait for these Shadow Walkers to get into range. They'll do a lot more damage than the Illyrian Reavers. Better missile strength. I think they have more models too. No, they have the same models, so might not be crazy more damage. Having a blast using Valkia, she's super cheap and has great stats. Good! I still haven't seen her be super good, but I have heard people enjoy her, which is fun. Is it just that Khorne is being weird with the balance power? Yeah, Khorne sucks in the balance power. Tyrion is definitely overplaying his hand here. He's a good duelist, but he's currently in a 3v1, which means his opponents are going to get 3 attacks to every one of his, and they don't have bad stats. 60 for both of the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle, and the Soul Grinder has only 42-32, but still not great. Tyrion takes a bit of damage, backs off, no harm, no foul. Elves are getting wrecked in the skirmish fight on the far side, but Nurgle is down to half ammunition already on his Soul Grinders. High Elves have an infantry advantage as well. Just 4 Marauders of Nurgle aren't going to do that well against the High Elf infantry, but as we mentioned earlier, Festus loves infantry blobs. I don't think skirmishers are the way to defeat Nurgle, personally, because he's so good at healing and has such high health pools on a lot of his units that skirmishing, you're just going to run out of ammo. I think you need focus fire archers, like basic archers, Sisters of Avalorn, maybe Lothar Seaguard or something, but skirmish cav are designed to be fast and pokey and whittle you down over time, and Nurgle is not a faction that gets whittled down, just at all. So I don't love that the 6 ranged units are all skirmishers. And we can see on the far side, Furies and skirmish cav are just running down the wounded Illyrian Reavers. There's not a lot of support over there for them, and they will be routed off in short time. Silver and Guard bail out this one, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. I think the High Elves are in a rough spot. I've already made pretty clear what I would like the build to be. personally. I think Stingers is playing it fine. I just think the build is showing its weaknesses because Skirmish Cab against Nurgle just kind of sucks and blows. Soul Grinders are running out of ammunition. The one positive the High Elves can take from this, but the infantry are about to collide, and Rangers should beat the Marauders, but Festus is nearby, licking his lips. I'll tell you what is good for Corrin. Shut up, Rusty. Tyrion's a bit suicidal? Yeah, he's crazy. Only skirmish good against Nurgle is Synth Force Throwing Axes. Yeah, that's armor piercing specifically, they're pretty good. Tyrion is charging in alone. He's going to get rear charged by 2 Exalted Heroes. Thank God for him that they missed and went in front of him for no reason, but they could have gotten rear charge bonus. He's now trying to run away, but he's stuck in Marauders, and he is on a horse, and horse characters still have pretty terrible mass in pushing through infantry, so Tyrion is caught up and will actually take a lot of damage. Nurgle is up about 3-1 on the damage value balance of power, and I think we might be seeing a GG. I think. And again, before the calls come in that say Festus is OP, I mean, the double Exalted Heroes of Nurgle, and then all of Nurgle's mobility elements are winning this game. Festus hasn't done shit. Festus is just standing there. I think he's casting Rancid. Oh yeah, he's been Rancid Visitation spamming Tyrion. Tyrion's already almost heal capped. That's where most of his value probably came from. Shadow Walkers are fighting Furies. They took a good amount of damage doing so, but they will peel the Furies off of themselves. But these guys just don't have the deeps. They don't have the deeps, and now they're getting charged by dogs. They're getting bombed by Soul Grinders, and the High Elves have engaged in the infantry fight. Marauders are dying left and right, but does it matter? It doesn't matter. Tyrion's getting killed. No, my poor boy Tyrion. Why can't Tyrion ride a dragon? Ban Nurgle, Nurgle OP. Alright, you win this round. Ban Nurgle, Nurgle OP. Tyrion's terror routing because he's not ITP. God forbid he be ITP. Shadow Walkers are pushing the dogs and Skirmish Cav off of themselves, but they've taken such a high price to do it. You can see their health bars are extremely limited. The Searing Doom with the new animations that just makes it look like Hailstorm. I won't shut up about it until they fix it. It looks like Hailstorm. Fight me. Does push off the Marauders, and then more Marauder Cav join. These Shadow Walkers are like, alright, now we can fire. Damn it. Alright, now we can fire. Jesus Christ. Alright, now we can fire. God damn it. We just want to shoot our bows. Oof. Yeah, 6,500 damage value versus 3,000 for the High Elves. That is going to be a giga. It's GG pronounced phonetically. Yeah. 2 out of your 3 archer units are routing / fully. I mean, we're hitting army losses, so it doesn't matter, but you only have 1 healthy-ish archer and it's at half HP. All your skirmish cap is gone. Tyrion is gone, almost heal capped, but it looks like the Soul Grinder's trying to chase him off. He will get enough distance that he'll probably rally. He even gets a Heart of Avalorn for literally no reason. He just gets one for giggles. It's just, the game's like, take it, Tyrion. You deserve it. Funny. But yeah. Nurgle's all out of infantry. They just have single entities left. But single entities are all you need when all you need to kill is infantry. And that's GG. Tyrion made a couple mistakes. I won't lie. He ran out a little too far a couple times. Got 2v1, 3v1, or at a different point 3v1. So a little bold from Stingers. His skirmish cav got run down. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would assume High Elf skirmish cav is going to be faster than Nurgle's, but they're actually similar speeds. Then when you get the charge bonus, you can actually catch up to them. Plus, Nurgle has a lot of units of poison, slowing you down even more, and he can catch up to you. Right. Silver and Guard, they didn't have to, they won the frontline fight, and they said, "What's next, boss?" And then their boss turned to them and said, "Army losses, son." So they were okay. I would maybe downgrade them to Spearmen and get, I know, archers. Human boy, stop talking about archers. I won't. I refuse. Good damage value across the board for Nurgle, except for the Marauders. The Marauders got bodied. Sisters of Avalorn get nerfed from going from armor 2 to 3. Is it just a global nerf to ranged? Yeah, they got nerfed by the global nerf to ranged. Rough start. Mofet does seem to gravitate towards Nurgle very often, so did take one of his favorite factions off the board. Stingers! You back up. What will you do? Backs against the wall. High Elves are gone. Will you play? God, knowing how this tournament's going. Slaanesh, what did you people ban? Stingers. I ban dwarves. Mofet. I ban Bretonia and Empire. Stingers. I ban beastmen. Alright, cool. Anyway, Slaanesh vampire counts mirror. Let's go. That's a joke. For legal purposes, that is a joke. I am curious what to pull out. Just the global change of moving base reload skill, yeah. Because Legend spam them in campaign. Could be a campaign thing, but I don't think that reload speed change is going to really change how campaign players play. There's two types of campaign players. Legendary, and then you just spam ranged units and cheese a lot, or normal, and you take whatever you want and have fun regardless of what the stats are. So, I mean, hell, even the Dread Saurian is fun in single player, and that thing sucks ass, so who cares? I don't know. That's been my philosophy forever, is that you don't need to balance around the campaign. The campaign's just naturally fun. The only thing that should be balanced in campaign, in my awful opinion, is just how well the AI perform with certain factions, so that, in my theory, every time you hit start game and you play through a campaign, it should be random which faction is going to do well. And not like behind the scenes, but I just think the balancing of the AI performance should be like, Malekith took over the world this campaign. Next campaign, the High Elves did. Next campaign, oh look, Tretch Craventail actually did really well. Next campaign, wow, Cathay is popping off. In my opinion, the only bad balancing was there was a patch or two there. Do you guys remember in Warhammer 2 where like literally every campaign you did was Dark Elves consolidating the entire Western world, and then Malekith was strength 1 from like turn 30. I don't know what that patch was or why that was happening, but it was obscene how powerful Malekith specifically was for some reason in the AI's hands. Like, if you fought him, it was fine, but I'm just saying as the world map goes, it was every game, the final boss was Malekith. Or there was the Order Tide times, where if you played an evil guy faction, you just knew at like turn 50, the High Elves were going to have unified Ulth-1, the Dark Elves were going to be dead or AFK, the Lizardmen were going to come over, the Empire was going to come over, and if you're playing any bad guy faction, it's just like, oh god. Oh no. The Order Tide's coming for me. So, those are instances where I should say you should balance around, but as far as like, people are using too many archers, nerf their reload time in campaign, it's like, is that going to stop anybody from spamming archers if they were going to? I don't think so. I wouldn't mind a secret stat that picks 2 or 3 factions with a 10 to 50% buff that helps them grow and win. Order Tide was the worst. Yeah. I just like my campaigns. I might be alone here, and I'm okay with that, but my campaigns, half the fun is playing my empire, and half the fun is watching what happens to the world, right? Where I was playing this... I'm playing Khalida right now, but nothing's interesting has happened yet because it's like turn 15. But I'm playing this Queek campaign at the moment, and my whole objective was to be friends with the Tomb Kings. That's just what I wanted out of life. I'm like, man, I want to be a Tomb King friend. This is going to be great. Hold on, I'm getting a message. I'm going to be a Tomb King friend. It's going to be great. And I was fighting some dwarves, and then Khalida stabs Thoric Ironbrow in the back, puts him on the ground, and just, like, tears his head off. And I'm like, hi, Khalida. It's nice to see you today. And she's like, vermin. You want to be friends? And then she cuts my hand off, and I'm like, ah! Ah! She takes my capital from behind, takes my capital, takes the next 2 settlements. I'm busy up here dealing with Imric and a bunch of greenskins and nonsense. Now I have to turn Queek around. So now Queek is marching through the mountains to get his revenge on Khalida. So now my plan for that campaign is Tomb Kings are dead to me. I can never trust them again. And I'm just having fun kind of role-playing through that experience. But if you know what's coming, for me at least, if you know Malekith is going to be there and he's going to have consolidated the Western world every single campaign, it's less fun to roll with the punches and see what your story is, in my opinion. You know, because it feels a little stagnant. Where, like, if things are truly random, you get kind of a different story each time. Where, you know, you could be Marcus Wolfheart and you're fighting the Lizardmen, and the Vampire Coast are also fighting Lizardmen. Maybe if Mazdamundi has a really good game, he comes south into Lustria, joins up with the lizardmen you're fighting. All of a sudden, you have your back against the wall with all these lizards. Luther Harkon's over there, back against the wall with all these lizards. And maybe you guys look at each other, and you have enough positive bonuses from fighting lizards. This has happened to me before, by the way. You have enough positive bonuses from fighting lizards that you're like, hey, dude, defensive alliance? And he's like, hell yeah, brother. And then Marcus Wolfhart and some pirates team up to push the lizards back. It's great. It makes no sense, but it's great. I had a different campaign with Queek. I made friends with the dwarves because at this time I didn't know the lore very well. So I didn't know that the Skaven like hate the dwarves. Didn't know. And I fought Grimgor so long after the Greenskin Wall rework. Do you remember that? Where Grimgor would win every game until they hotfixed it? I fought Grimgor for so long that by the time I got through him, covered in blood, just standing there, God, who are you? Thorgrim Grudgebearer, also covered in greenskin blood. I'm like, cool. What's up? You have slain my greatest enemy, plus 200-ish positive stats for fighting with Grimgor for like years. Nice to meet you, Queek. Want to trade? Cool. Military alliance? That's my boy. So I got a military alliance with Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Chaos came. I helped Thorgrim fight off Chaos. We were bros. We were buddies. We were doing great. And then this shitty little Carrick Norn, I think it's one. It is south of Balthazar Gelt. You know that little mountain range that has the dwarves in there? Little one. There's like Skarsnick's. From your perspective, Skarsnick's over here. Little mountain range. Thorgrim Grudgebearer. You know that? I think that's Carrick Norn. They declared war on me. They declared war on me. I turned to my military alliance with Thorgrim, and I say, Thorgrim, I might need some help, buddy. Thorgrim says no, so he breaks our military alliance. That should make his reliability go low. It should. It didn't, but it should. But it didn't. So Thorgrim broke an oath. That little bitch. But okay, I'll fight Carrick Norn. And then Thorgrim joins Carrick Norn versus me that turn. Okay, so he broke 2 oaths. He didn't join me in war, and he attacked me in war. That guy's a bad guy. I turned to the world. Queek Headtaker's reliability is very low. What? I didn't do anything. I didn't break any trade agreements. Cetra the Imperishable has canceled his trade agreement with you. Arkin the Black has canceled his trade agreement with you. The Dark Elves have canceled their trade agreement with you. Because no one wanted to be seen with me. And then without my trade agreements, my economy collapsed. Because I was getting like 5,000 gold deterred from trade. All of a sudden, it's all gone. Literally no one would trade with me because my reliability went to very low. And all of them liked Thorgrim more than me. Even the freaking Dark Elves liked Thorgrim more than me. So I saved the world from chaos. And all of a sudden, everybody's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Queek's a piece of shit. So then I spent the next literally like 200 turns killing all of them. I wiped out the map, and Skaven were the only empire left. My vengeance was complete. And clearly, if I'm that passionate about it, 2 or 3 years later, it was a good fucking campaign. God, I love Total War campaigns. You have no idea. They're my favorite. My favorite in the whole world. They're so good. I haven't seen a Black Arc from the Dark Elves except the one as Malice starts. Guess what? They still dread Sphere Spam. That's so stupid. I wish they would use their stuff. They have so many units. Trying to balance the campaign won't stop mods from making all the elves female. I mean, mods are mods. You can do whatever you want. People can opt to do them not. Chad Winklita. Malekith wasn't even the worst offender in Warhammer 2. Ever seen Bretonia die? True. How do you deal with soul grinders in Kugath? If you take archers, they'll just get shot by the Nurgle siege. I made a video about this, but the soul grinders will use all their ammunition and not finish off the archers. And Kugath, the problem with Kugath is he has plenty of ammunition to kill your archers, but he can't run away from them. So you can just walk up to him, and he's not going to do enough damage by the time you get in range that you can just get within your medium range and shoot him. If he tries to run away, he has way lower speed than any archer in the entire game, so you can just keep on him and poke him down. Because you can't kite with Kugath. The Soul Grinders can, they're fast, but Kugath isn't. He's too slow. So if you take Festus and the Soul Grinders, just walk at them and let them use all their ammos. The Soul Grinders won't do that much. And then the late game, they're pretty melee combatant, but that's just my opinion. You have to take enough archers that you can eat the hits, though, right? You can't just take, like, 2, and then you'll die. Archers have to be your main win condition, not just, like, a couple thrown in. Most well-adjusted Total War Warhammer player. Hey, I'm passionate. Cross fingers. Amen. Your story implies that the Wood Elves were attacked, minus 100% reliability. Never trust the Dwarves. Elves learned the hard way too. Yeah. I love the campaigns, man. They're so good. Even if multiplayer balancing goes to shit someday, somehow, this game won't die because the campaigns are just that good. Hot take. Alright, we have Mofed on the Greenskins versus Stingers as Wood Elves. This is El Clasico from a long time ago. Used to be Orc Biggin spam. Let's see what they do now. Forest Goblin Spider Riders. We do have some Goblin Wolf Rider Archers and Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers, so it looks like 5 Skirmish Cav, 2 regular Cav, both of the regular Cav are Spider Riders. Goblins have Bronze Shield instead of Silver, so they'll be a little less tanky to the Wood Elves' fires, but other than that, the front line is honestly pathetic from the Greenskins. It's 3 Orc Boys and 2 Goblins, but backing them up are triple Stone Trolls. Again, these boys are now weak to magic damage, not spells, but magic damage. They do still have missile resist. No physical resist, so if you have some armor-piercing missiles, maybe that'll do good. If you have some fire damage arrows, that'll also do quite well. Goblin Wolf Chariots are here. They're good at mucking stuff up. They don't kill anything ever, so I am personally sus on them, but they're here. They're helping. Orc Boar Chariots are a good choice. An Orc Shame with Brainburster and Gaze of Mork is fine, and Grum the Punch is a frequent flyer in the Greenskins. One sec, I have to cough. Alright. There was a tickle that was building, and I didn't want to cough in the microphone. On the other side, oh god. Stinger's going balls deep. And, Tian, I hope you're still here, buddy. We have War Dancers, 2 War Dancers in the front line, 4 Dryads as well. The Lost Sylvan Knights, Great Stag Knights. Ooh, and there's no Spirit Leech to just annoy the crap out of them. They're going to be MVPs of this game if Stingers can pull it out. Glade Guard with Hagbane tips, basic Glade Guard, and Glade Guard with Hagbane tips. They do magic damage! I didn't know the Hagbane tips did magic damage. Great choice from Stingers, really like it. Really like it. So you get to do poison damage, you get to do magic damage, and only the missile resist from the Stone Trolls will apply, but they don't have magic resist anymore. We have Drycho's the Lord, and a Branch Wraith? Oh, the Branch Wraith, she has the symbol of the Lord of Shadows, but I forget that sometimes she has Earthblood, so. We have Earthblood and Pit of Shades as the 2 spells, and the back line we have some more Wild Riders and Glade Hearts of Spears. It's a nice Wood Elf Pike and Shot push build. I like it. I think I have not seen Greenskin Skirmish Cav really get too much done these days, so I do think you should just walk past them and ignore them. Personally, I like the strategy a lot. Why did Dryads get buffs and not the Naked Ladies? What was the buffs to the Dryads? I don't exactly remember what the stat change was for them. If anybody could help me out, that would be appreciated. But I like this build from Stingers. It's cool. Goblin Wolf Chariots charging in, getting shot. Wood Elves do have fire while moving, even though they're not 360. They can shoot while walking forwards. That is a nice part about playing the Wood Elf push build, is you can just shoot things in the back as they try to run away. And the Lost Sylvan Knights are charging out to keep these Goblin Wolf Chariots honest. Some good poke from the Forest Goblin Spider Riders, some good poke from the Chariots, but these Orc Boar Chariots are going to do much more damage, I think you'll see. Yeah, it's pretty good damage through the War Dancers, and some friendly fire from the Wood Elves. Treacherous Wood Elves. They got buffs, Coops. I just don't remember what they were. 2 melee attacks, 6 base weapon damage, 6 charge bonus. Okay. I don't think Dryads needed buffs, but Wood Elves overall are in a pretty rough state, so I'm not super against it. It's fine. It's fine. Orc Boar Chariot's going to get a nice side charge. Very well played by Mofet so far. He clearly knows how to micro his Chariots, keep them out of danger, but get as maximum value out of them that he can. Meanwhile, we do have a Pit of Shade thrown on some Orc Boys and Grum the Punch. It just looks funny that Grom's standing in this like portal to another dimension. He's chilling, but the Orc Boys next to him are all dying. It's kind of badass. Lost Sylvan Knights getting very aggressive. I like when players take their cavalry in from the flanks and defend their infantry with them. That's something I often forget to do, but it is very good when you do it. So just keep the Chariots honest. And here you could turn him right now if his micro was literally perfect. He could turn and really punish these Goblin Wolf Chariots, but it doesn't look like he's going to just yet. War Dancers are fighting. They're trying to stay around, but Stone Trolls are just going to body through them, and they're running straight for the Archers. They don't even care about the War Dancers, and already one Archer unit is entirely dead. Another Archer here is just fine, and shooting, and a rear charge from Wild Riders might cause a mass rout from the Greenskins here because their leadership is nefariously quite low. Quick Brain Burster, Overcast, hurts the caster more than it hurt the Cav it was fighting. Drycha is going to rout off some Orc Boys soon, and we have ourselves a battle. Wood Elves are currently down 2-1 in the damage value, but it is early in the game. I could see that getting better, but Goblin Wolf Rider Archers are running back, and they'll just use themselves as a dog unit and muck up some more of the Wood Elf archers. 2 out of 3 archers are already down. The last one is currently compromised. Very, very nice play from Mofet, but Stingers isn't going down without a fight. So far I like his game 2 a lot better than his game 1. I haven't seen a lot of big mistakes from him. I've seen a lot of really nice plays. He's playing with a lot of cavalry spread out around the map, and he's playing with all of them pretty well. Lost Sylvan Knights are trying to isolate any stone trolls. They are getting ITP from Ground the Punch if they're near him, so you won't get any of the terror routes you're looking for, but Dryads plus cavalry have bodied the Greenskins front line. There's like literally no infantry left fighting on the field except for this guy who's about to break when he gets recharged by Dryads. And one of the Stone Trolls is gone. Stone Trolls are very, very weak without infantry supporting them, so if they actually get hit by anything, they will rout. Balance of power currently favors the Greenskins pretty heavily, but I don't think this game is over just yet as some Wild Riders are trying to rout off even more Stone Trolls. Greenskin Skirmish Cap is very healthy, running a little low on ammo, but very healthy and plenty capable of chasing things off the map for the rest of the game as they do. Drytr and the Branch Wraith are chasing down the Orc Shaman, trying to take out any Greenskin magic that is left in this game, and the Lost Sylvan Knights take a brutal charge on some Force Goblin Spider Riders, but they are just being held in place so the Greenskins can catch up to them. This might be a disaster for the Wood Elves if these guys get truly surrounded and killed. Drytr and the Branch Wraith are going to successfully kill the Mage. Glade Riders and Spears are getting run down by the Skirmish Cav, and very good Horde play from Mofet. Really keeping a ton of units everywhere. Every fight he took was like a 3v1, which the Greenskins need to win, because 1v1 they'll lose to any Wood Elf unit, which makes sense. Orc Shaman isn't being protected at all, he's just being a distraction. Balance of power shifts pretty heavily against the Wood Elves, and I would have to agree, especially this sandwiching of the Lost Sylvan Knights was really well played. I think Stingers can be happy with the second game. He played it well. Sometimes he just, sometimes it just doesn't break your way, but he played really well. I liked a lot of what he was doing. Maybe cut the War Dancers and get some Eternal Guard with Spears. I think if you cut both War Dancers, you could get to 3 or 4 Eternal Guards with Spears. They're 800 and Eternal Guards are 500, so yeah, you could get 3. I would prefer that. The Cavalry did great cycle charging. Maybe it could have been held in the backline to protect the Archers, but either way, I think it's a tough call. Mofet just had 2 or 3 shitty cav to every expensive good cav the Wood Elves had. So Stingers had a choice between a rock and a hard place, and he had to make it. Also, I think the Branch Wraith might have been excessive. In a rush build, I don't see Earthblood being that frequently used. You could just have Drytr as your only caster, save the money, and get more cav. I think that actually might be better than the Eternal Guard. It's just more cav. Because his mobility was good. He just didn't have enough of it running around. So the Greenskins got the advantage in the mobility game, shut down his archers, and then they won the grind. Very well played by Mofet. Stinger's coming back clutch in game 2. Played his ass off. While Sylvan Knight's getting surprisingly low value. I thought they got some really nice charges off. They just didn't get any value out of it. War Dancers did pretty poorly. And Dryads got about as much damage value as the War Dancers did, which is unfortunate. Archers got shut down too. But Mofet's just a scary, scary player. He was my tournament favorite. And Stingers, we hope to see you again soon. You are a lovely individual. But today belongs to Mofet, my friend. Rest in peace. GG Stings. Sorry, Tian. But it's true. Should take the War Dancers with the glaives instead of swords. Both dancers got wrecked by cav and chariots. Yeah. The GG. GG. Where's the other battle at? Is Blood Penguin versus Phoenix King? Is it on the map? I don't see it. Battle type. Oh, I could sort by battle type. That would help me find games so much easier. He already had 1 unit of them? Yeah. Nah. Stingers tried. He got to semifinals. That is an achievement in of itself. The last time I played in this ODM tournament, I think I lost round 1 to Chosen One, so. He beat Mossy. He beat Raced. You did good, Stingers. You did good. Sorry. I got self-conscious at the very end there that I was being too hard on Stingers. This lobby called Dom Turno has been open for like days, and it's always hovering on land battles. It's hovering on land battles with no map, so I think it's just that bugged 0,0 thing, but it's still very funny. It's very funny. I'll see how Alfredino stuff's doing. I think he's still deafened. Yeah, he's still deafened, so they're in a game or something. Wait, I sorted by land battles, and there's still some land battles in the bottom. What's the point? Okay, I can sort by just land battles. That's nice. Okay. I will say, this new pick and ban system maybe has too many bans. Maybe. I can just go check on Alfred. Anyway, I think it maybe has too many bans, if I had to be honest with everything. But one thing I do like is we haven't seen any vampire counts, because I just don't think their current meta playstyle is very fun. I think there are fun ways to play them. I just think a lot of people don't opt into doing that. So I'm personally okay with not casting any vampire counts. Hooray. I like the global bans. I think for the Vermin League, I'll definitely put it to a vote, and I'm going to see how tomorrow's tourney goes. But I do think changing it to my personal... I'll leave it to the vote, because I want the most people to have fun with the product as possible. So I'll let them vote on what is or isn't wise. But I think 2 global bans by each player at the start, and then pick 2 ban 0. Personally, I think that could be fun. Maybe pick 3 ban 0, but just do the global bans right away. Take some stuff off the docket. I could take you with me. My bad. I've just been watching this.
With the threat for the Ungunners, I would like Tyrion to get a fight.
For me, Twitch does this buffering thing like all the time.
It's either against the Ungunners or against Marcus. I think Marcus is probably the best choice. I'll be honest, guys. It will mainly comes down to whether or not okay.
It was High Elves versus Empire, and we weren't here. Looks like the Empire's winning, though. Might be a 2-0. I'm confused. I'm confused because Blood Penguin is 1-0.
So this
but he's on the
little
left.
unit, like what's remaining
And
of
Green
those
is
Dragon
losing.
Princes were able
But I
to
can
get
see Green
out
as the
those
Phoenix
Ungunners.
King
That's pretty huge
on the actual thing on the far left. So I don't actually know what's going on, but I think Blood Penguin's the Empire, and the Empire is currently winning this game, and then his graphic says Blood Penguin's 1-0. So I think we're going to have a 2-0. And we get Blood Penguin versus Mofat. Probably. If Twitch would stop buffering every 3 seconds. God, I hate Twitch. I hate it.
Like there's a big opening here. Maybe actually, is it an opening? Maybe. Hard to tell because even if he goes for Marcus, he will get isolated. So debatable, but yeah. Yeah.
Do
right
I watch
now it's
Amaranth a lot? Oh, this lady? No, she's some like, I don't know. She's some like pseudo porn streamer, I think. Because like every time she's over here, her profile picture is just really like slutty, and then her like if you hover over it, like gym stream, drip drop, drip drop. Yeah, you. Twitch just recommends that because she always has a shit ton of viewers, and I'm never on Twitch, and it's like, you want to go where other people are going, and it's like, nope, I'm hardly ever over here. My followed channels are like 99% Warhammer, and then we have Tyler 1 because he's very funny. Angry Joe Show is also pretty good, but mostly League of Douchebags. As far as 2 global bans, pick 2 sounds. Ban 0 sounds like a good shout. Yeah, Belmar. We'll run a poll. We'll see what people want after the Vermin League's been running for a bit. But Twitch staff is too busy wanking to Amaranth to fix their website. Yeah, it's pretty intense. All right, Alfredino finished that game, so he should be out soon. Let's go. going to close down the Twitch stream just because I don't want to cause any lag in the finals, and I know Mofet is connecting from very far away. I also follow some YouTube streamers I like. True, Cyrus. Though you're more of a man of Twitch than I am, I don't understand a lot of the things still.
Hey.
What's up, dude?
Hey. We have been having a banger of a summer final over there.
Yeah.
What about you?
We had, it was 2-0 Mofat. Second game was really, really good. First game was just a bit of a build diff where
Okay.
as soon as you load it in, it's like, oh, wait, this can't deal with that.
Oh, wait, it's lost. Yeah, fair
second
enough.
game was really good. We had Wood Elves versus Greenskins, and both sides decided to rush. So it was like 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, the armies slammed together, and in 4 minutes, the game was over.
Utter madness, I guess.
Yeah, it was pretty good. We spectated the last... I just popped over to your Twitch stream and put my screen on that. So we spectated the end
Thanks.
of Blood Penguin and the Phoenix King.
Yeah, it was IL versus Empire. Pretty good stuff. Sunmaker was doing work, but did you sit here and not being able to eat Marcus Wolfart?
He never can.
Yeah, it's the foot characters have some kind of immunity.
Dude, I had a
Since
video...
they can fly pretty well, it seems.
I had a video a long time ago of the Green Knight missing 27 attacks in a row on Marcus Wolfhart. It was very funny.
7 attack in a row, my.
Yeah, because I think it's something with like some of the horse animations just like can't hit him specifically. I don't know why, but it was just really funny.
So,
who's hosting?
are they? Let's see. Did they create a lobby
I don't
already?
see one yet.
I don't see one either.
High elf glitch equals instant kick. All right. Mofat and Blood Penguin.
You know what would be fun? Doing one tournament where there's no rules stated on the challenge page, and the first one to realize that there's no rules can like just play the 88,000 HP Archmage or such, you know.
You could.
And by the end of the tournament, you'll start to see a shift of mentality where people just realize it and go for the most disturbing kind of build you can even think of.
Maybe, but we are in finals. Finals best of 5, right?
Yep.
Oogie. Do we figure out who's hosting?
Okay.
I can. I will. The lobby host a spectator. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Sent. Where is?
Where is it?
Hold on. Moffat. Blood Penguin. This is for you. It's just the lobby in all caps. Oh, and that means I have to be responsible and change the map? Oh, this sucks. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, okay. It was... Yeah, okay. I just saw it.
All right, everybody. Connect to the American across the ponds. Do it. That'll lead to no lag. No, I think...
Yeah, so we have Blood Penguin from North America facing off Moffat from Russia. I don't know where is he exactly, but it's gonna be... it might just lag quite a lot, yeah.
We're gonna see.
Yeah, we have to see, I guess.
Actually, his internet's been pretty stable today, which is surprising. No shade, but normally Moffat's laggy.
Yeah, I mean...
We didn't have any issues with the Phoenix... Not the Phoenix King. We didn't have any issues with Stingers and myself, and I think Stingers is also North American. Alright. We're set. Blood Penguin's hovering Demons of Chaos. I think that's just his default hover when he joins the lobby, because there's no way he's picking that shit in a final.
Who knows? I mean, I will be honest. I think they might get used sometimes along the way in some matchups where the mortals from the Chaos Rosters are not needed. I don't know which matchup though, but for example, maybe against Beastmen, you know, I think having armor or not having armor doesn't really matter. And a front line of Plague Bearers alongside some Blue Horse might be interestingly, might be quite good. I don't know. I'm making things up, but it sounds, on paper, it sounds pretty okay.
By the way, Legion wanted you to say squirrel, and I don't know why, but I imagine it's because it sounds funny.
I have no idea. Squirrel?
Yeah.
Squirrel? I don't know. My Legion has been. I watched the VODs because he had a mental boom on my stream. He went super racist on all the French and such, calling us the Order of Monkeys and such. So I don't know, but I guess he's having a laugh at us, which is fine. If he can get some, if he's happy about it, about watching the stream, I'm all for it.
Yeah. I know there's some people with nationality issues where it's just like, oh, if you're from here, I hate you for no reason. So
yeah.
Happens.
Racist stuff, what can I say?
Oh well.
Although I will say that I will probably next time it happens, if it's too pronounced, I will just ban the guys. Like, doesn't really matter to me. So
the French are based. Just look at Napoleon. That's pretty funny.
So it sounds like it might just be a demon of chaos. I'm not sure, but or maybe it just takes more time to settle because we have some. We have to get 2 more bans. I don't know. Maybe not.
I think
2 more like bans for the global bans. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Blood Penguin messenger is like, I haven't heard from MoFed, and I just told him, I'm like, I think your first pick, so maybe if you pick, he'll do something. I don't know. I'm trying to do global bans with him. Oh yeah. Your opponent wants to know if you are alive.
Your opponent wants to know your location.
Beeping intensifies. Make fun of everybody equally, then there's plenty of material. Air Force eats off campus? What? What is this Air Force discussion? Where did it come from?
No idea.
Chair Force. I think we can all agree that every branch of the military is the worst branch of the military. I feel like that's a popular thing to say, especially in the United States.
Yeah, probably. It's quite true. Like, you have downsides on every.
The United States is very much like, don't say anything bad about the troops ever, and you can't. Like, I don't know. My family is not so big on it, but there are some families where, like, they get really mad at you if you make any jokes about the military. It's like, all right, dude, calm down.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just jokes. Because my uncle is a mechanic. He said he's messaged you. Sorry. My uncle is a mechanic, and for the military. And right now, I think he's stationed. Where is he? He might be in Germany right now.
Oh, nice.
He loves, dude, his favorite joke, the easiest way to get a laugh out of my uncle is insert joke about government wasting money here. And he just loves it. Or it's like, they can't afford me a goddamn wrench, but they can buy a jet for $2 million. It's just going to crash in a second. So
You're doing the Southern accent, human boy, no?
Yes.
Did I hear some sort of a Southern accent?
yes. My uncle is the one I'm talking about is originally, I think he's from North Carolina or South Carolina, one of the Carolinas, but he's my stepmother's brother, so step uncle, but Apparently Mofet and
Accents,
Blood Penguin are having a hard time finding each other, so I'm just gonna ping them in the ODM server.
Yeah.
Oh, Blood Penguin's not
you
in
know
your
what?
server. What?
I'll send a message to Moffat directly so he can answer back. Hey, please.
Alright, I just told Moffat we're working on it.
Okay.
Okay. Blood Penguin joined now. Yeah, blood.
Recently, what I've been enjoying is I've been watching old cartoons, like in the older than me, you know. Old cartoons in for each like nationalities. Some Vietnamese cartoons, some like some Russian, and I do love the subtitles in English, and overall I guess I just like the vibes, you know, it gives.
We have some, because as we talked about earlier, I'm a filthy, disgusting weeb and I do enjoy anime. But some of the translations in the subtitles, if it's not with a major streaming service, if it's like a new show that's not super popular, some of the subtitles are kind of scuffed. So there'll be like these sentences that don't make any sense, and one of them is like, "I'll kill you with bread," and I'm like, "What?" And the guy's holding a gun at this other person, and the other guy's like, "No, not the bread," and I'm like, "There's no fucking bread here. What are they?"
It sounds very French. Yeah.
This is a baguette luncher. That's very funny. But yeah, some anime subtitles can get pretty scuffed.
No, again, forgot about the screen blockers. Ay.
This is how it's happening. Are you seeing this ban? Moffat bans the Empire. That's how we keep getting freaking Wars of Chaos Slaanesh. I mean, he banned Slaanesh
That
this time.
explains it.
But like, Blood Penguin's a great Empire player, so he might just be rooting his opponent. But it's really funny to me to see an Empire ban because they're just like, they're a C or B tier faction at best. But he's, you know, it makes sense in this series. It just looks funny.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Empire seems like, I mean, it's probably okay, but yeah, for sure, might not be the most threatening faction to play against.
Yeah.
I guess Moffat might not be very, might not like playing against Empire, that's all, you know? After all, we all have our bad factions to play against, so...
Blood Penguin was actually put in a rough spot. He bans Grand Cathay, but that leaves up Mofet's vampire counts, which is brutal to play against. So I imagine we'll be seeing that this series. Though also Blood Penguin actually is a pretty good vampire counts player, so we might see it twice. I refuse the base concept of deep frying food. What is with the obsession with deep frying food? I don't actually understand it. I know at like the state fair in Minnesota, my dad goes all the time, and I think I went with him when I was like really young, but they have like deep fried candy, and I just don't understand it. Like, have a
I really don't. Yeah, I don't see the appeal, I must say.
Have a French fry or have a Snickers bar. You don't need both. It's just, it's fine.
You know what's the best part of a French fries?
What?
It's the fact that we have been saying it's French fries, but it's actually probably from Belgium, and we have been stealing it, and now everyone is saying it's just French fries. You know, common language is saying that it's French fries. So, in a way, it's not colonial. Oh fuck it!
Oh no!
Colonialism, but it's culture appropriation. Yeah.
Though, wait, don't the British and Australians call them chips?
Yeah. I think you can even say it like this weird way, chippies or something like that.
Chippies! Oh! Grace follows this Australian TikTok creator, and he has like these little comics where he's holding his phone up to household items, but then the eyes are like drawn on and they're kind of poorly animated. But they say everything is chippies, and I just love the way he says it. Yeah. You got some chippies, mate? Really could use some right now.
I've been in New Zealand for a year or so, and since I've been very close to Australia, basically it's a very weird thing in New Zealand. Basically, they have heavy influence from Australia. It's almost like if you're they don't like it, but I'll be honest, I'll say it anyway. It's literally like they are very close to their Australian brothers, and probably a lot closer than us, like the French between like Belgium or whatever. But yeah, they have like slangs from Australia, but they are taking pride at saying things like the British way, you know?
Yeah.
So it's very weird in a way. It's very weird.
Son of Kyrian just triggered me in the chat, so get ready for this. There's an advertisement going around in America right now where McDonald's is trying to change its image to be employee friendly, and there's one line in there that pisses me off. It said, "You should value our employees because when you go into a McDonald's and the cashier knows your name and calls you by name without you even offering it, you know you're home," or whatever. And I'm like, if the guy at McDonald's knows my name, I'm gonna punch him in the throat and run to my car and cry. Because I shouldn't be in there that much. We shouldn't be best friends with the. It's a shameful thing. I go in, grab a burger, no one talk to me, my hood's up. It's like a drug deal. A drug deal might be more honorable.
I definitely agree. I don't really like, okay, it might be bizarre, I guess. I'm quite I'm quite social overall, but whenever I'm outside, whenever I see someone I don't really know, I've been knowing, but not that much, you know. I tend to try to just stay away, you know, like not talk to him. And it happened to me one time in McDonald's. A guy just spelled my name like, "Hey, how is it going?" And I was so, you know, it was so awkward.
Yeah.
So,
do you ever? I don't know how this is in France actually, but the United States, it's very common to move away from your hometown and like live somewhere else. So for me, when I go back to my hometown, I'll like see people that I knew in high school but I haven't talked to for like 10 years, and I'm just not ready for it. Like I'm just shopping or something, and they'll work there and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, Austin, good to see you." And I'm like, just deer in the headlights, don't know what to do. Like, "Hey, you."
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to talk to you. I just want to get my chores done and go home, but sure.
I must say overall that I can only speak out for France, or maybe, and also Ireland, I suppose, but you don't have this mentality we don't have this pioneer mentality in a way. You're very industrious. You in America, you like to I guess you like to travel, you like to experience things. It's not that we don't do that in Europe either, but I guess in terms of like work and such, there's probably we do that a little bit less frequently, to move out from the where we live and such, or at least we don't move out too far away, you know.
I will say one of the cool things about visiting Europe when
Je suis obligé de me mute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, tell me.
One of the cool things about when I went to Europe is in the United States, you can travel the same distance between 2 points and experience the same culture. You know what I mean? Or if you go from Minnesota to Wyoming, you get the Midwest. The whole thing is the same culture. In Europe, it was kind of crazy because we took a train from Bremen down to
Yeah.
Berlin, stayed there for a night, took one down to Munich, and then we went into Austria, but I forgot the little town's name was. And even just in one country to another country, in a train ride that took like, what, 3 hours? Not even. You know, the culture was wildly different. The language had all these different little affects. You know, it was still like German, but it was a little different. And I can imagine, you know, because the distance from Wyoming to Minnesota is the same as like Paris to probably, I don't know, not Poland.
Marseille?
Not that far. Yeah, maybe. But it's just, you know, the European continent is so like closely locked with all these different cultures that grew up next to each other. It's kind of wild that you guys can just.
I mean, it's definitely interesting. I think, but I think that it's just too different, and that's why I loved. I would love to go to. Yeah, I would love to travel in the east of Europe, because so far I only been to the west mainly. I've been a little bit in like the central of Europe, but it's I would like to experience all the culture in Europe. I think it's interesting that we have the opportunity in Europe to just walk like 300 kilometers away and be able to find another language being spoken and such.
Have you ever been to South Asia?
South Asia, I mean, no. Only to, I mean, no, it's still Oceania, isn't it? Jakarta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still
I want to
Oceania.
go, dude. Their food looks so good. The music's really interesting. The culture's just like nothing I've experienced. That sounds so exciting.
Do you want an interesting an interesting side of me? Do you want me to talk about something that I've been trying to, I guess, to push in my family?
If you
I'm
want to.
yeah, I'm an entomologist. I mean, not like just for fun, but I love bugs, and I've been quite versed on like insects and such. And basically, I'm trying to promote in my family entomophagy, which is like eating bugs.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's why I would love to go to Southeast Asia, mainly to discover their open markets. You know, there's for sure there's a lot of things to eat and discover overall.
I would have such a hard time eating bugs. Like people have told me about some of the nutrition stuff that like bugs are super high in protein per calorie and all those things, but it's like the mental block of eating a bug is so hard to get over, dude.
Yeah, imagine it's just chippies, okay? Imagine it is just chippies with different. You can apply different powders on them, and I mean different spices and such, and it is just about the same thing. I think I do like my meat, but I think I don't see a way that we can sustain ourselves without changing our way to consume. So, I mean, we'll have to do the transition at some point. And I think overall that you might call me crazy, but I think some bugs have a very unique culinary feel. I mean, culinary. Yeah, I mean, it is just good, you know. It has some weird taste that is just difficult to describe, but would make a great condiment, you know. So, especially for example, okay, I'll talk about it.
Okay.
You know, ants.
What?
Ants.
Ants.
Little. Okay. I'll send it to you. My pronunciation is atrocious.
Okay. I have to go check something. Can you cover the builds and I'll be right back?
Yep. Go for it.
Okay.
So, Let's see. Do I have screen blocker on? No, perfect. Okay, so from the Chaos side of thing, we have Archeon the Ever Chosen. As usual, some Elf Striders. Chaos Knight of Sinch. And let's see. So Chosen of great weapon. About the same army as before, except that it seems there is only one Chaos Knight, and I can't really tell which. Like normally you can play 4 Chaos aligned. You can only play 4 Chaos aligned God units, but it seems that Blood Penguin did only go for 3 units. So sorry for my stutter and such. I've been having a difficult time trying to focus on the game. So for the Greenskin side of thing, you have a lot of skirmishers, 5 of them actually, and as well as Morgul Menji Marauders, so armor-piercing shots, so pretty good against Chaos Knights and such. Good idea, good tech. You have some skirmishers on the other side. You have the Broken Tusk mob. They have been improved, buffed recently, so that's why you see them. And as well as some Squiggles, and that's very good. Squiggles are definitively an incredible unit now. They were costing 500 before, and now they only cost 300, so 200 less. I really want the Chaos player to have his mobility close by, because otherwise, you might just see some cycle charge from the chariots. If you see such a thing being at play, like all the skirmishers in one side of the battlefield, you move on the other side if you really don't want to take fights. Because skirmishers, if they engage in melee, they will die to the cycle charge. They might just not take the trade well. So only 3 Orc Boys and only 1 Stone Troll. I'm not sure about the Stone Troll. I mean, whatever. I think the more you play Greenskin, nowadays Greenskin has to be played without a lot of infantry. Infantry from the Greenskin side is a little bit overrated, especially if you have a lot of cheap cavalry like the Squiggles. Squiggles, basically, they will provide you the entire infantry necessary, and they will also provide you the mass. So, Chaos Knight trying to get something. I'm not sure. This sounds very bad. Like if Moffat is taking the fight, it might just be fine. But maybe it's something I don't know. I don't know about.
Ooh, good charge from the Chaos Knights of Zinch onto the Stone Trolls.
It's pretty bad, yeah, for the Blood Penguin. But that being said, Elf Striders to the rescue, and that's huge for the Chaos side.
I would think the Chaos Knights of Zinch, because of their magic damage, would do well there, but it looks like they weren't killing the Squigs. That's pretty good. Ooh, this is a big catch in the end for Blood Penguin. He's going to take out these Stone Trolls and the Squigs.
He's just overloaded on one side. As I said, you just ignore the skirmishers. You go for the other side of the battlefield and you try to get some sort of, I guess, that's rough for Moffat for a start. But you see some Squigs chipping at the elf of the Chosens. Probably the Chosen got a little bit destroyed by the skirmishers, but yeah, Squigs will do their value back probably. I like the fact that Blood Penguin is trying to take fights on the Broken Tusk Smog. I really think he should have went it through, but now he should move back. Yeah. So Archeon fighting on 3-2-1. No, never mind, 2-2-1, I suppose, because I mean chariots counts because they provide the mass, but that's
and he's
not
winning. And he's winning. Look at the boy go! I got him, Big Boss's toast.
Oh my! And now, the Chaos Knights are just circling around. It's actually super well played from Blood Penguin right now.
Yeah. Goblin Big Bosses ain't got nothing on Archaons. 2 games in a
No.
row, they took the fight and immediately died.
Now he really needs to take care of Grom. He needs to focus his.
Kind of surprised Mofet hasn't pulled away from this fight yet with Grom.
I don't know. He
taking
might know something we do not know, but it sounds very bizarre for sure. Elves Striders basically covering for each problems the Chaos army can get.
What is 84 speed to 94? Archaon's faster. I would prefer the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch help route off the Orc Boar Chariots, and then Archaon can just right-click onto Grom for the rest of the game. I think that would be a better trade than having Archaon fight the Chariots and have Chaos Knights of Tzeentch chase Grom around, because they're not going to do that much damage.
Yeah, big true. Now the Elf Striders, they broke free from the fight, and I really think they should move towards Grom. If Elf Striders can ping down Grom, they might be okay.
Balance power is about even, but Chaos is taking about a 1,500 gold damage value lead, and I also look at the battlefield and I like their position a lot more, so I think the balance power is being a little generous to Chaos right now. And Archaon has his sights on the caster. Broken Tusk Mob is getting closer, though. He might not want to take that fight completely alone. We'll see.
The skirmishers that were bogging down the Chaos player just got out, routed. So now the Chaos player might move more freely.
Yeah, which is already doing well. The Broken Tusk Mob is running away. Archaon is completely without threat against skirmishers in melee combat, and they get routed off. He is free once more. I think Blood Penguin has a pretty commanding hold on this game, even though the balance power is maybe even leaning Greenskin favorite. I just don't see it. I don't know. Because what's going to kill
Archaon
these
is going
Chosen
to be difficult to play against.
Ooh, nice Searing Doom and a rear charge on the Broken Tusk Mob will get rid of them. That is so much damage. Very nice
well
job.
played from a good cast for him. My issue is Chosens are going to be a huge issue soon. If Archaon can fight alongside his Chosen, then how can the Greenskin player can play against it? Yes, he has some squeaks left, but it doesn't mean that it will be enough to take down Chosens. They will not be able to take down Chosen by themselves. So.
This is a battle of 2 squishies, because with all the debuffs, it's 104-36 versus 112-35. So both targets are just going to swing and hit, and it's all about attrition, which Archaon may not want versus Grom. Grom has regen. Ooh, Archaon's taking some big hits in here, actually.
He's basically a good play from Mofet, because he has been applying the scroll of shielding on Grom right now.
Archaon's still at 80-60 for stats, though, and with Grom's buffs all wearing off, he's only down to 40-35. But there's so many units that Archaon's just getting chipped away. He does need to back off. Chosen of Nurgle are coming nearby, but they're not here yet, and Archaon needs to play a list a little bit more carefully.
Oh, that's why I didn't see them, but it's Chosen of Nurgle. Okay.
Yeah. Another Spirit Leech, but this time it's onto the Orc Shaman. I don't know if that was a misclick or intentional, but either way, a Scroll of Shielding went onto Grom that's not going to help this Shaman.
Marauders needs to get out, because now they are isolated from the whole from the main army. Yeah, a good brain buster on them, by the way. Never mind, Chosens are alongside them, so maybe not a huge issue, I guess.
Yeah, Grom is charging in. He's trying to finish off Archaon right now, but there are Chosen of Nurgle around that if they can clump up on Grom, they'll do really good work. I wonder if there will be enough.
Good Searing Doom. Never mind.
Routes off these
dodged.
Orc boys. But now Grom is surrounded by Chosen. Archaon's taking some hits.
Mofet is applying very well the debuff and the buff of on Archaon.
They need
on Grom.
Man, that one big fight where Archaon took gigantic chunks is really coming back to haunt them.
Yeah.
But can two Chosen with great weapons, one of which is Nurgle, can they carry this game? See. We will see. Greenskins are looking a little worse for wear. Squigs are very healthy, but if they take any damage at all, they're rampaging. Grom is wading into all these Chosen.
Oh, wait.
Archaon gets a rear charge.
Oh, that was well played from the Chaos player.
He's punishing. Brainburster is trying to help, but the Greenskins come en masse to try and bail Grom out of this really bad situation.
I don't really like, I must say, I really don't like the Spirit Leech on the caster. I think it's not what you should look after.
Archie's
you should
dead,
kill Grom or... Yeah, Archaon dead. Now it's gonna be about like scrapping out and wait until Grom is healed out, probably.
Looking like Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are going to take one last charge, but they are on their way out.
I don't like them not taking the charge on Grom. They don't get to have the leadership buff. Yeah, they are going to out. He should regroup the Chosens and yeah, from there just make a huge blob and maybe there's a way. Grom is taking a lot of damage from the Chosens. It's not even funny. He needs to get out. Yeah.
His healing cap's real close.
Chosens, I guess, are going to carry the fight. What's is left for the Chosens that can deal with them?
I don't know. All the chariots are very low. Grom's low, and even if he heals up, he's his heal cap isn't that big at this moment. They've been using spells all game. I can't imagine there's a crazy amount of them left. Mofet is currently chasing off those marauders, if you're wondering about attacking roll. He's currently...
Yeah, no, for now it's nothing of my concern.
Hanadin's did peace out for a little bit. I think he had to go do something. He messaged me. I'm gonna eat, tag me if needed. Yeah. Another Ed butt. Does almost no damage to the Chosen. And Chaos is still up on the balance of power even with that Archaon.
That was a little bit of bad charge from the chariots. Yeah, they are out now.
They are
What's
out.
left for... Yeah, at this point I think the Greenskin player don't get any advantage from chasing things. I mean, those Marauders are not going to get back in the fight, so... It's gonna be an all-out fight.
At some point,
we have. I'm still confused why he did like Spirit Leeches on the Orc Shaman. I must say.
one of them could have been a misclick. Second one, I don't know. Maybe he assumed Archaon was gonna two-shot Grom, and then Grom actually won the duel. Don't know.
Okay, big engagement coming in.
Here it is.
Everything is.
But there's very few expendable units. I worry if the Greenskins get one route, the whole army's gonna go.
Issue is, I don't know if you have a good way to kill the Chosen of... Oh my god.
They're
He was
trying.
able to wait. Ay, ay, ay.
Got rid of one. Brainburster does more damage. That one has 6 leadership. It's hanging on, but a rear charge from some Marauders actually might be a big deal to nuke the Greenskin leadership. Greenskins pull ahead on the balance of power for the first time in a while, but the Greenskin charge is running out of steam. How much longer can it hold on?
Ay, ay, ay. And whenever there's no cavalry left, then there will be no cycle charging, which means that it's gonna be very difficult for the Chaos player, for the Greenskin player to chip at the Chaos units.
They're routing. They're routing. The mass routes are coming in. The balance of power is unsure. It's wavering back towards the Chaos a little bit. I mean, still Greenskin favor, but it went back towards Chaos. But then all of the Chosen are routing except for this rather healthy one. Greenskins take a pretty commanding lead on the balance of power at this moment. But can they grind? We lose the Squig herd. Some Orc boys are thinking about leaving. Can they outgrind Chosen?
Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. I would still put my marbles on the greenskin player,
The green
since he
beans?
has the
Yeah.
mobility and everything is getting back on the battlefield.
Maybe. Shaman's taking a bunch of blows right now. Squigs are leaving.
Okay. Orc boys are doing numbers. I mean, they are out for blood. They don't out against chosens.
Yeah, somehow they're hanging in here, but I think maybe Blood Penguin's been clicking on the Shaman, so a lot of the Chosen are walking around instead of swinging, trying to get to that Shaman. Somehow this Chosen with Great Weapons in 25 rallies, even though I think a lot of its models are missing, but the flag is in the middle of this fight and just rallies for like no reason. Chosen are fighting Orc Boys. Can they turn on to Grom and actually do some damage to him? He's almost heal capped.
That's a very close game.
Chosen, hang in there!
Oh, chosens are back.
There's another unit of Chosen back. Grom plows through the Chosen. And he's close to a lot more models now. He might take more damage than he's expecting because he hasn't been near very many models. He's getting chipped down. He just lost about 150 HP. But one of the Chosen is routing.
Oh no, everything is routing.
The other one's routing. These Chosen with Great Weapons coming in for the charge, but I think Army Loss is going to hit them, and that'll be a game.
Oh well, that was very well done from both sides. Plague Penguin being able to see the cracks of the strategy of Moffat, going for the early advantage on the side where the skirmish cav wasn't there to cover, and Moffat going for the comeback with very good like just all-out fights and just taking ambushes and just over numbering his opponents. His opponent's units.
It was very well played and very close.
So this is an ant. I sent it to you.
Yeah, that. Yep, you're saying it right. It's an ant.
Yeah. Okay. This in like for culinary purposes, I think it has potential for sure, because this literally gives you a citrus kind of flavor whenever you put it in your meals.
Really? Citrus?
Yeah, because of the acid, you know, the venom of an ant. It's basically I'll say it in French because it's gonna be impossible for me to say it in English, but it's called acid formic, and it's just like acid, and it provides this citrus kind of flavor whenever you put it in your meals. So it's quite interesting. It can be used as a spice for sure, or something like that. I'm definitely on board for that. Oh, by the way, I forgot to.
You forgot to.
Yeah, no, I forgot to change the scores.
I see. The screen blocker who made it was an artist I met on Reddit called Nemesis, but yeah. Almost all the art I put on stream is commissioned. Because I don't want to get demonetized or anything for using a stolen blocker. Now, like, I'll take a background and I'll add a bunch of Skaven shit to it for sure, but like,
Look at my screen blocker, human boy.
I'm coming.
That's also my background whenever I'm having like on my computer.
Skaven. It's even Queek, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like how they picked Queek to be like the main character of the Skaven in Game 2, when he's actually a pretty outside character in the lore. Alright, what are we going to pick bands? Mofet is first picking vampire counts, banning Wood Elves, Lizardmen, and Dark Elves. Which you have to remember that Nurgle, Empire, Slaanesh, Grand Cathay, Wood Elves, Lizardmen, and Dark Elves are all banned. I would expect Blood Penguin to take Bretonnia. 100%.
Vampire versus vampire count. I mean, yeah, I guess it could be a thing, but I think it's a unfavorable matchup, I would say. But could be.
Bretonia? I don't know, man. They're pretty chad. Grail Knights versus Blood Knights? Maybe. I think they have a lot more energy, but Squigs maybe a bit under.
No, Cyrus, you don't have to. You'll not get banned for making a joke about French men loving eating bugs. You can say I eat frogs every now and then, and it's not a huge deal, so don't worry. Whenever I had I made the warning, it's because the other guy was quite a degenerate, I would say. So I didn't felt like it was a for joke or anything. It was just like out of pure spite.
That makes sense. There's levels to these things.
Yeah. I mean, I can basically laugh off everything, but I think if it's not for jokes, then it starts to be a little bit problematic. If the guy doesn't want to bring positivity to the stream, I guess can get out, you know. So Vampire Count versus yeah, you say that Vampire Count versus Bretonia is good for Bretonia, isn't it?
I think it's even. Grail Knights versus Blood Knights, the traditional stuff, because that Vampire Count's blob won't work versus Bretonia. They'll just spam Peasant Archers and cycle charge Cav, so you kind of need to meet them in the Cav game or Dragons or something. I don't know. I know a lot of Bretonian Vampire Counts players were just doing a lot of it.
I mean, my issue, I think, is I think there's different ways to approach with Vampire Count, but there's only one way to play it for Bretonia, and it mainly comes down to how good you can play with the Fae. And I mean, since the Mortis engine for the Fae got nerfed, before that I would have considered like already that it was bad matchup for Bretonia, but now it's even more of a bad matchup, you know. I don't know. I guess I could be wrong. I'm not. I don't want to. You might be right on it. I'm not sure.
We'll see. Right now he's hovering High Elves, and that used to be a really bad matchup for the Vampire Counts. High Elves are quite strong into them. There were some degenerate Dragon and Phoenix builds that could be tough to deal with, and it looks like Blood Penguin is going to go High Elves. Now I'm curious if the healing and undead changes made that any better for them, but on the surface I would think no. Yeah, but we get some High Elves. Central Scrutinizer just a pretty funny little bit. Right. Counts versus High Elves. High Elves are pretty confidently loading up a build. Did someone say VC Mirror? Come on, do it. No. Yeah, dude. High Elves versus VC used to be High Elf favored with like this Star Dragon, Alariel, Frostheart Phoenix, Air Squad, and then you had the Everqueen's Court Guard, Sisters of Avalor and ROR in the center of a box, and the box was made out of 3 Phoenix Guard and a Silvering Guard, or a Spearman, I forget. And the Vampire Counts couldn't break the box. You could heal the whole box with Earthblood or Star of Avalorn, and the Air Squad was uncontested. Like, Vampire Counts could bring everything they wanted to in the air and still lose the air fight. That was Jay Phoenix's old build, but I wonder what the Tempest
sounds like it's a better opt-out for Blood Penguin, definitely. That being said, I'm a little bit worried for him because I think the Vampire Count got so buffed that it might not matter, you know? Who knows?
Maybe. Also, Tempest did get nerfed, and Tempest was pretty key to that strategy, because if the enemy brought Vargeist, you just Tempest them, and they lost a 1,000 gold unit for free. But Daniel also making a very good point. I keep going back and forth because it's like healing got buffed, so maybe the High Elf Degenerate box is better. Oh, but Tempest got nerfed. Maybe it's worse. But Dragons got buffed, so maybe it's better. Oh, but Vampire Count's healing got buffed, so maybe it's worse.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I'm not sure. I'll be honest. Okay. Weird take on it, but I will probably bet on Moffat to win this one, because I think the one game I remember from Blood Penguin is a game of IL versus Vampire Counts, and his style of play might not be able to take out the VM style of play for playing Vampire Counts against IELF. But if he adapts, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see. It's difficult to say until we get in the fights. Too many changes on the meta, and everything is shaken now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Blood Penguin is a wild individual to try to predict for sure.
Oh, for sure.
And...
But I think everyone like, doesn't matter who you are, you have some patterns. It's not coming from. I guess you can be as unpredictable as possible, but there is some way of playing that are still the same. It's the same. I mean, and I guess whenever you see players going for factions that are quite unrelated, like, I don't know, Coast and Beastmen and such, whenever they are playing those said factions, you can even if you don't know the player name, I'm pretty sure you can which individual is playing the faction at the same time. And even if they are not on like their usual play style, they have a tendency to have some sort of like the same patterns of actions and such.
Mm-hmm.
I would say. But you have to know pretty well your opponents.
Yeah.
For all of us in ODM, for example, I guess we know each other so well that now it's like we can predict, even whenever we try to surprise our opponents, it ends up being just like whatever, like it's not even a surprise. My clan Mace knows how I walk, I guess.
I see. They know that you just pick Festus, 2 Exalted Heroes of Nurgle, a giant, and then hit start. The blob. Okay, I will do the High Elves, since I am the one who thinks that they are failed.
Okay, go for it.
Double Shadow Warriors, interesting pick. I guess they can kind of defend themselves from some stuff in their skirmish, but I just generally, as you all have heard during the stream several times, I really don't believe in skirmish that hard, especially when you have to grind through a faction that loves healing, so not super stoked about the Shadow Warriors, but they could support the air fight. Alarielle is on the ground, so actually won't be an air fight. She is on her horse, it looks like. She has Tempest, Earthblood, Star of Avalorn, and the Staff of Avalorn. We have triple Phoenix Guard, one of which is Keepers of the Flame, double Spearmen. We have 2 Dragon Princes, one of which is the Fireborn, and that is the whole build. I am concerned.
Did you bet on the right person? I'm not sure now. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at this, and it's not. He cannot go in the air, but he also cannot really box against dragons. So on the other side, you have 2 Vargheists, 1 Terrorgeist, 1 dragon, a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, 5 zombies, 3 Graveguards with great weapons, the new and improved Graveguards with great weapons, and a Necromancer. Necromancer on a healing cart.
Oh, that's right. Stone, yeah. Graveguards do magic damage for like literally no reason.
Yeah, so I mean the Phoenix Guard is going to get melted. Just saying. And the other problem we might see is the fact that yeah, I mean, how can you? Do you have any way to get some sort of initiative on the vampire counts? the only way will be to play with the Dragon Princes, but they are facing 4 flying units that are quite good at killing them. So I guess the only way for Blood Penguin will be to play well the Shadow Warriors and get some good early attacks, I guess. A breath attack also.
Yeah, and they're also... Ooh, wow, that was a good breath attack.
They were trying to dodge. It wasn't that bad of a reaction from Blood Penguin. He tried to dodge and it still went a little bit on him, but good try.
Yeah, he didn't lose a ton of models. The Shadow Warriors are actually doing all right so far. They're poking some Vargas a little bit that have already had to get healed up. But
my issue is, it's just about, like, it will take time, but with enough time, the front line of the vampire count will win against this. And it doesn't have to do a lot to win, basically. Moffat doesn't have to do, just have to be patient, you know.
The Blood Dragon Lord is landing on Ariel, and he does get 2 really nice charges. Her health
Oh my
is
God,
tiny
yeah.
on her dragon. This is similar to what happens to the Fey Enchantress if she tries to go against the Blood Dragon Lord. But the Fireborn are here, they're charging in, they're going to try to get their damage value out, but they're taking so much damage already, oh my god. So they're getting healed while this is happening. Look at their health bar just disintegrate. What is happening to them? As the Vargas tear into them, I suppose. Shadow Warriors need to lend some support to this area, but it looks like they're busy trying to fight some zombies. Phoenix Guard are losing to the new and improved Grave Guard, like you said, with 32 stats, as long as they're near the Necromancer.
Yeah, it's just super rough. I don't even think he has ways to protect Ariel. That's the issue here. Like, no initiative on the battlefield, a losing front line, so not a strong build, or like I guess you can decide. Okay, I have no initiative on the battlefield, but I play a very strong strategy, you know. But in this case, it's not even that strong. So now it's just losing everywhere.
Unfortunately, yeah, the Dragon Princes are trying to stop this Terrorgeist, but it's just walking through them without taking any damage. Phoenix Guard are fighting all around, so are the Fireborn, but the Shadow Warriors, while they're healthy, they haven't been able to affect this game too much, as just 1.5 million summons have been put on them because the Blood Dragon Lord can chuck out zombie summons every 39 seconds, and there was even a bound Necromancer summon that just came out for free. Dragon Princes finally get to fight the Terrorgeist. They did almost no damage, and now they are almost dead. Oh my god, these Graveguard with great weapons have gotten 1600 value.
So normally you will think that the Dragon Princes will be able to protect aggressions and be like around giving some initiative, like I said, peeling for Alariel and such, but the thing is, against Vampire Counts, the way of rushing is a little bit different. And they don't really care about not having support from their infantry, because they will create some support for their infantry. Mm-hmm. So in this case, Dragon Princes, despite being like a threat, they will get a summon on them, then a 3-2-1 with 2 Vargas plus Dragon on them. So they are non-factor whenever it comes to peelings for something. And that's what you see in this battlefield. Like, no matter how well Blood Penguin will play, yeah, Moffat will take the lead.
These Fireborn just aren't getting anything done.
Yeah. Single entities are most likely the only way to punish other single entities, especially if you're like trying to blob and such, because in the mix of the infantry, cavalry cannot really reach anything. So
Vargas are landing and the Fireborn are getting a counter charge under them. That can be okay, but they're really lacking in models now, so a lot of their punch is gone, unfortunately for them.
Seen it yet, but there is a way for the Vampire Count player to play the game and just win from there. It's just be around these corpse cards, because at this point, the more you stay here, the more you'll heal the whole army. So he could just form a big blob, and at this point there's not much the IF player can do, because Shadow Warriors already shot all their shots, so he'll have to engage a blob against vampire counts, and it's probably losing.
I didn't realize that also this corpse cart heals everything around it constantly with a buffed heal, and he gets the Master of the Dead buffed heal, and the Vigor Mortis keeps all of his troops fresh constantly.
And now going in the air is probably not like it's contested in the air. It might be still playable, but it's definitively less likely that you're going to win. So it's difficult. Not impossible for elf per se, but definitively not going for. You shouldn't go for expensive units. If you have to go for something, I suppose you will have to go for some sort of kites.
I think if you can take the air fight and dominate the air game, then you're the one with the dragon that can do the breath attacks and the Graveguard and stuff, but...
Yeah, true.
I don't know.
But I don't know how bad is the air fight now.
Well, I mean, it's worth a shot, but... I don't know.
Definitely, I agree.
The Dragon Princes just felt like they couldn't get anything done. Like, he got really good charges, and then just, like, nothing happened, you know? Like, they full surrounded the Terrorgeist, and the Terrorgeist healed more than it took damage. The Tourney rounds. Okay.
So, are we going to see a full sweep from Moffat or a comeback from Blood Penguin?
I'll tell you after I see the pick and ban.
Yeah. You know what? Let me see the pick and bans, because if it goes like Nurgle or something crazy, I mean, who knows?
What is your favorite color? Monty Python, the Holy Grail's Black Knight. What?
I'm quite bummed about something in our tournament. Human Boy.
What?
We haven't seen Low play, and I really wanted to see him play.
I know.
Now we lost the opportunity.
I'm sorry. We do love Low.
No, it's alright. So many games I wanted to see, but
Kislev?
I guess it's a fate. It's a fate of a caster, not being able to cast everything.
Right? It sucks. Kislev?
By the way, have you played in 2v2 like recently for Warhammer 3?
Yeah.
Because, okay, what about a double Nurgle blob? Like with double Festus, double everything. Might just be like the way to win. Don't you think?
It could be, but you could also just get shot. Just get
Okay.
shot.
The Nurgle, okay, you get one guy who goes for Nurgle and provides all the infantry and Festus, and the other guy going for vampire count and just basically bringing the mobility fight and most likely just giving the initiative on the battlefield, you know?
Yeah. Could be.
It might be very gross.
I mean, we had 2v2 domination the other day.
Oh my god.
Earlier this week with Platypus. It was pretty fun.
It sounds like very difficult to set up, I must say. How can you? On most maps, it sounds like it's gonna be a bloodbath. 20 units fighting on each point. It sounds very difficult to do, but.
I mean, it worked out. It did okay. I think one of the things we did that was nice was bans were global, and then picks were global, if that makes sense. So it was like, if you pick Nurgle, I can pick Warriors of Chaos, but like your partner can't also pick Nurgle, then they have to pick something that isn't Nurgle or Warriors of Chaos.
Oh, so you cannot play mirrors, isn't it?
Yes, that's what we were doing anyway, because there's 25 factions who are just like, play shit, play more things.
That's actually an interesting take. I'm not sure. What do you think about it? Do you consider like mirror matchups, especially now that we have so many factions to play with? Do you consider that mirrors should get banned or not?
I don't think they should be banned. I think
Restricted, let's say maybe.
I'm more of like a. I only put in rules if they're needed, rather than like that might.
I
I think
agree. I'm on this side as well. I think.
I think that would be a better spectator experience for sure, but I think too many players would get annoyed with the extra rules. Because we already have to ban that high elf dragon with 88,000 HP. We already have to ban the bugged undead lores. But I think like if the game had no bugs in it and was like just fine, then I'd be more down for that. But I think in the current state we're at, we already have so many community restrictions that it's like, let's just let that one
Yeah,
go.
no. I'm all for it as well. I think yeah, as long as it's really not needed, you shouldn't change the rules. I think you can try to experiment and improve it, but yeah, overall, I'm not a huge fan of banning the mirrors. I think it's a weird take. In a way, it's the mirrors are a part of the diversity of the game, like it or not, I guess.
How are you liking this matchup? We have Kislev versus Warriors of Chaos to start the reverse sweep.
What can I say? I do. In all honesty, I really think it's gonna be troublesome for Kislev. I don't see a way, but I could be wrong.
I see a way. It's called Faith Blood Penguin.
Sure.
He's gonna do great. The man,
Yeah.
the legend, the penguin. It all starts here.
It all starts here, yeah.
World champ, Blood Penguin. I heard the Warhammer World Cup is gonna be domination this year, but I wonder when they're gonna kick that off.
Kick that off. Ah, you mean starts?
Yeah, the
Start
Warhammer
that?
World Cup, starting it. Sorry.
Yeah. American expressions. I guess it's just English expressions at this point, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I don't think they have fixed dates right now. I've been talking with more about it. What we want to do, Human Boy, is we want to have a conjoint Warhammer World Cup for domination and for land battle. So one on land battle and one on domination. But that means huge organization, huge refereeing. So I'm currently working on that, but doesn't mean it will work out. I'm not sure. It really also depends of whether or not I have like time for it. So
I think I don't want to name any names in case I wasn't supposed to know that, but somebody told me that it was going to be domination. They didn't mention land battles.
And this somebody is probably right.
Okay.
For now, like things that are almost sure to happen is that we'll have a World Cup in domination settings.
Mm-hmm.
After that, everything else is on the table. The dates, whether or not, like the format, or if we get some sort of like land battle added to it, or if we get just another World Cup for land battle, anything else is on the line. I think personally that that's a bit bizarre because I'm all for 2 World Cup, one in domination and one in land battle, and at the same time, the issue is I don't know to which degree we will be able to promote two events like this, you know?
You don't think the Vermin League is going to be able to stand up and take the mantle of the Land Battle World Cup?
Oh, definitely. Oh, no, okay. For Vermin League, okay, the Vermin League have been providing a huge bonus for, like, a huge publicity for the land battle mode. But the thing is, I don't know. I guess not if we don't have like the same numbers as we did during the first World Cup. It's fine. What will be problematic is if we only get like 100 players playing in the Warhammer World Cup, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And to make sure that we don't get those numbers, we have to literally ask every like content creators to promote like we did the first time, and it might just work out well. But since we, if we already do that for the Warhammer World Cup for domination, I'm not sure how tired the community will grow, because promoting one event is one thing, but like promoting every time different event, it will sound like the Warhammer World Cup is just another tournament, you know, whatever. And that's an issue, but we'll have to see. It might not be. It might not be.
It might not be. Chasing
Hey,
Rainbows is
Cardo.
here. Hi, Chasing Rainbows. And I don't know why, Alfredino. I can't explain it, but for some reason, I have faith.
Let me see.
He's taking the frickin' Griffin Legion. I hate this unit. They're so bad, but Blood Penguin always takes it and he makes it look good. So I gotta believe. I gotta believe in me being wrong.
I'll be honest. I see Festus plus Chaos Warriors, and I see a win. I mean, main issue is look at earlier in the stream we had a Skaven versus Warrior of Chaos game with like Festus alongside two Exalted Hero. And they went on a rampage, killing the whole army of the Skavens. They were basically Moffat literally won every side of the battle, but that alone won him the game. And I see even more tankier front line that will be quite good with the heal of Festus alongside some spawns to prevent from any chariot play. And on the other side, there's very little way to kill the armor. There's Sargard, but not with great weapons, so I am not sure.
Streltsy!
One, 4 Streltsy units, yeah, why not?
They can shoot Festus in the face. In the face, Alfredino. The face is his weakest part. All right, which build do you want?
Go for the. You know what? I'll go for the Griffin Legion since you don't like them. I'll go for the Kislev army.
All right, hit it.
True Griffin Legion, the Warbear Riders, 2 armored corsairs with great weapon on the side. On the main front, you have Sargard, not great weapon, just normal ones, and 4 units of Streltsy. Very fun to back army, not much to say. Could be workable, but looking at the opponent army, it's gonna be rough. And a nice witch of ice. What actually I'm a little bit fearful now. What will be able to duel the hero core of the Warrior of Chaos?
1,000,000 rifle bullets to their face.
I guess.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to duel them. Well, he has the war bears actually.
I guess like he really needs to have his Streltsy online. Like he really cannot just lose Streltsy on this game.
Oh, for sure.
Go for it. Go for the Warrior of Chaos.
Yeah, if the Streltsy die, this game's over for 100%. On the other side, Chaos has triple Marauder Horsemen, double Hellstriders of Slaanesh, and two Chaos Spawn, 2 Chariots, a front line of Chaos Warriors, and I think there was like 1 Marauder in here, but yeah, there's 1 Marauder. 1 Exalted Hero of Nurgle and Festus the Leech Lord. They deployed as far back as possible, and now they're walking forward because they want to prolong the skirmish phase, but I honestly don't know if the skirmish phase is that good for you because Streltsy outrange your skirmish cav, so I wouldn't hate for Blood Penguin to just pull back into his formation and like dare the skirmish cav to fight his Streltsy.
I sorry to interrupt you, but I really like the play Moffat is playing with the Hellstriders. So basically, he's walking alongside the Griffin Legion, trying to bait charges. The Griffin Legion cannot just, the Griffin Legion cannot just take the shots from the Marauder horsemen. So, and they also cannot escape from the Elf Striders. So every time Moffat is charging, he has to charge back. But every time he charges back, Moffat is pulling out. So basically, he's basically slowing down the Griffin Legion by doing this such maneuver. And by doing so, he shots more at it. So
we did get a little bit. Griffin Legion's taking a ton of damage, but they got a little bit back on the Marauder Horseman. It's definitely not worth it. Again, I mean, I said it, so of course I'm going to think it's the right idea, but I think we should have just stuck close to the Streltsy that outrange the skirmish cav and not fight them out here, where you're slower than them and they have ranged assets. I just think the Streltsy should have been used to cover the cav in that aspect, especially because the front line isn't coming to engage you, so it's not like you're in any danger of having the Streltsy out of position when the front line gets here. But yeah.
Play from Moffat, it's just super solid, very, very strong. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Yeah, it's just super well played, cavalry-wise, because now the Griffin Legion are already down by doing such maneuver from. I think Blood Penguin played it badly because I really think the Streltsy should have walked up to free the Griffin Legion, just so they can cover, you know, because Griffin Legion alone just cannot do anything about one Elf Strider plus one Marauder Horseman.
Mm-hmm.
You see a movement on the side for Moffat. He considers that he can get more out of the skirmish fights, so he will try not to engage. And while he's doing so, he's also moving, so he can get like flanks and such. But he realizes that there's not much to do now. Like you will get outranged and such. You already got so much out of your skirmishing engagements. So now you just take the fight, and it's just rough because there's very little cavalry now to protect on the side.
Exactly.
And it's a 5-3 technically.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they were already outnumbered, but they were just more elite. But now two of them are so injured that they'll take forever to kill anything that gets on the Streltsy. And then if that Streltsy get mucked up, then the front line is a little doomed. So it is looking pretty bad for Kislev right now. And the Griffin Legion and Bear Riders are going on a bit of an adventure. Don't know where they're going, but they're about to get surrounded. And they're far
There's
from home.
another issue as well. Oh my god, yeah, no, that's absolutely losing for... Yeah, oof, that's rough. I think that was a misclick, but now it's probably just very one-sided fight. There's another issue I can see is that there's Chaos Chariots alongside the pressure from the Horsemen and the Elf Striders. So the issue about that is for every chariot you should normally match with one unit of cavalry. But in this case, what can you do, you know? Like, there's already so much you have to do with your cavalry. It's just too difficult. You see the Chaos Spawns trying to push out of the front line and just go for the Streltsies, and it's a very good play as well. Moffat is playing out of his mind. It's pretty good. I really like his way of playing it.
Yeah, he's punching straight through. The Zargard are going to hold forever. They're even winning the front line, but Moffat just blew past it. Now he's mucking up all the Streltsy. And
technically speaking, there's an issue about like your infantry that will hold but do no damage to your opponents. It's fine, but if it costs 1,000 for you, it's not as fine because the fight is not about at a certain level of play. Infantry don't matter as much, especially when it comes to infantry that do not provide enough, that do not deal any damage, and they don't do enough on their own. You know, like a roadblock for 1,000 is something that is probably not good in your formation.
is looking over. 2-3 Streltsy are routing now that the Unbreakable passives are wearing off, so we only have one left, and while that Chaos Chariot is going to be pushed off, there's another one right behind it ready to go, and the Exalted Hero of Nurgle is targeting the Ice Witch, and he's going to go kill her. Frontline for Kislev is still holding, and just saying, hey guys, anybody around? And there is nobody around.
It was just super. I mean, that was just super well played from Moffat. The knowledge of the game and the micro and the skirmish was just super well done on this game in particular. It was almost flawless, and I think on Plague Penguin, I mean Blood Penguin side, he didn't react quickly enough and he blundered a little bit, but that's all right. It happens, and yeah, I mean, well done to both on this best of 3, and especially to you, Moffat. Just well done.
Moffat will be today's big winner. Well played.
Today's victor, I suppose.
Indeed, good job getting to the finals. Good job, everybody who played today. Ah!
What happened to you, Caradog, by the way? You got sick? Unfortunate.
4.5 hour stream seems good for me. I gotta go to work pretty soon.
Yeah, same for me. I guess I'm gonna leave you there, guys. Thanks for watching today's tournament, and we'll provide some more content in the coming weeks. Maybe another tournament, maybe something else. We'll have to see. And for you, Moffat, reach me out for your cash price. I'll provide you the 20 euros. See you guys. Thanks for co-casting with me, Human Boy. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Thanks you for inviting me to cast. It's always a good time. People love co-casts because there's a lot more back and forth than just me screaming at a screen for 4 hours. So thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah. See you guys. Have a good day, night, or whatever.
All right.